front? As a reminder, if you did not sign in with the town clerk's staff outside, please make sure you do that. Some people forget to sign their signatures, so I just want to make sure those signatures are taken.
Because we're doing a roll call, remind them that they need to just press 1. They can't press 2 or 3.
Before we begin, please press 1 to turn on your clickers. And you should see a, and then it changes to Y. So if your clicker is on, you should have something on your little screen.
1 indicates that they're present.
1 indicates they're present.
So this is a roll call vote. If you are present, you hit the green button. If you are not, you hit the red button. Don't hit the red button because you are here. Once the green light goes on, that means that the votes are being tallied. So here we go.
There's another one. Are there people still coming in?
Yep.
Yes.
For those coming in, please quickly hit the green button on your clickers.
Let me know.
Yep. All right, the 2022 Fall Town Meeting will please come to order. The town meeting require 100 members for a quorum, and having 140 in attendance, I see there is a sufficient number of members present to permit us to open the meeting, and I do so declare. Welcome to all again, to all our town meeting members. Welcome back. I also want to welcome again members of our town staff, members of boards and committees, town consultants, and article presenters, as well as our residents who are joining us this evening and other visitors who have joined tonight. Welcome one and all. I'm Heather Von Mering, your town meeting moderator. Please refer to me as Madam Moderator going forward. I am joined by town meeting staff, including the town clerk and clerk of the meeting, Ms. Mary Ellen Lannon to my right. This evening, the agenda before us is to begin with Article 14 and 15. 14 is to authorize land disposition agreement for the land at the corner of Washington and Swanton Street, and 15 is to raise, appropriate, or transfer funds to supplement prior year's budget. Then we'll be moving to the capital planning articles, beginning with the report, Article 7, and then onward to 8 through 10. In Article 8, the agenda is to take motion number 9 separately. This is the Highland Avenue Medium Islands. Thereafter, we will return to the remaining articles in the warrant in order, starting with Article 5, Community Preservation Act. Depending on how this evening goes, we may be making some modifications, but that is the current plan. One of the moderator's roles is to ensure order and expediency of this business before us. In response, given our robust agenda, speakers on the articles, not the presenters, will be provided 3 minutes and 30 seconds this evening. The moderator also asks members to hold their applause after each speaker during the debate. Our expression of our opinions on the motions before us should be shared in this space through our voices at the microphones and in the votes we cast. As I like to end, we must bear in mind as we cast our votes not only our personal interests, but also those of our community as a whole. As we deliberate, let each of us here tonight maintain an open mind, an open heart, graciousness when we disagree, a healthy sense of humor, so that debates of this meeting will not be a source of division among us when our business here is finished. We will continue our meeting tradition with the Pledge of Allegiance. For those who would like the option to join me, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may please be seated. Moving to page 28, we are starting with Article 14 of your Town of Winchester 2022 Fall Town Meeting Motion Booklet. Yellow, lime green, this is what I'm referencing. It is moved and seconded that the town authorize the Select Board to sell a certain parcel of land consisting of approximately 1.2 acres at the intersection of Washington and Swanton Streets, commonly known as 278-292 Washington Street and 16 through 20 Swanton Street in Winchester, and to authorize the Select Board to enter into a land disposition agreement for such sale, said agreement being substantially in the form available on the town's website prior to the town meeting, and further to authorize the Select Board to make any necessary modifications of said agreement and to enter into any other agreements as may be necessary in association with such sale. On behalf of the proponent, we have member of the Select Board, Mr. Michael Betancourt.
You can use the arrows if you want, or this back and forward, backwards. Okay, I think it's less sensitive.
Less sensitive? Okay, we'll see what we can do. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Town meeting. Before you tonight, Article 14 is related to the Washington Swanton Street development. The Select Board unanimously recommends favorable action. Just want to start with a little bit of a history of the parcel. For decades, the property at this busy corner was a flourishing local shopping destination. Originally owned and operated by Donato Gattineri and his family, the main store was Fashion Clothiers, in business for 65 years. In the 1990s, the complex included a local bank branch, a convenience store, and a photo finishing store. It has been vacant for nearly 10 years following the neighborhood's successful land court appeal of the zoning board decision to approve a CVS at the location. Continued litigation resulted in further neglect of the property until the town took the property by eminent domain. This is the view of the property from Swanton Street. I know many of us are familiar with it. The town has put fencing up around to protect it and been doing some limited repairs. This is when we took the property, it was boarded up, and we've removed some of the boards, but it still has not been improved since. The very first goal identified in the town's 2020 master plan is to encourage more commercial, mixed use, and compact development in areas that support economic vibrancy, including strategic redevelopment parcels in the town center and identified evolving opportunity areas. The star on the map, added for clarity, identifies the parcel right in the middle of the evolving opportunity area, identified in red and surrounded by the neighborhood protection area in purple. The two squares on the map identify Morocco School and Leonard Field to the north and Winchester High School to the south. The master plan goes on to describe the area further as a primary connection between North Main and Washington Streets. Swanton Street presents opportunities to foster redevelopment of key sites, coupled with public streetscape and wayfinding improvements. The black line connecting Morocco and the high school is the Tri-Community Bikeway. The parcel is within walking distance to the town center and public transportation. Just to give you a little sense of what's been happening recently since last town meeting, the order of taking was issued by the Select Board on December 13th, 2021. The taking was then filed with the registry, and we paid $5.27 million to the prior owner. That is a fair market value that we determined for the property through multiple appraisals. June 1st, 2022, the town issued an RFP for redevelopment of the parcel. August 1st, the town received the Melanson proposal that is before you tonight. The Select Board on September 12th voted to enter into negotiations with the Melanson team on the land development agreement, and the Select Board unanimously approved the LDA on October 28th, 2022. I know there's been some questions about the outreach the town has done to the neighborhood, and we were originally intending to bring this before you in the spring last year, but we wanted to have more community engagement. We had a working group that defined the RFP principles, and we had multiple information sessions and members from the neighborhood, including town meeting members that were engaged. So here's a few of the info notices that were sent out to the neighborhood and to town meeting members. I'm sure that you received them one way or another. And here is a sense of the broad outreach that we had A star in the middle is the property, and we had a kind of large area around that, and the streets that you see were the ones that were identified that we directly provided formal notice to. So just wanted to give you a sense of that. So over to the LDA authorization motion. What we're doing tonight is we're looking to sell a parcel of land for 1.2 acres, the intersection of Washington and Swanton, and to authorize the Select Board to enter into a land disposition agreement for the sale of the land. So the question always comes up, what is an LDA? This is really the document that allows the due diligence, finalization of plans, and the permits and approvals to be sought by the developer, and also confirms the financing on the project. So this is kind of the deal before things close to make sure everything works out. The current development project, there are 60 rental housing units. 2 of these units are affordable to those at 60% area median income, which is a lower threshold than is normally required, and really a huge benefit to the project. There are 14 of the units that are at 80% of Boston area median income. All 60 of the rental housing units will be included in the state subsidized housing inventory and credited to us towards our pursuit of safe harbor and ultimately our 10% requirement of the state. On-site parking, we'll have 90 spaces reserved for residents and 16 spaces available for commercial customers. There is passive recreational space there and up to 6,000 square feet of commercial space, which I know it was important for a lot of folks in the neighborhood. Project costs. The town paid $5.27 million and issued a 12-month bond anticipation note in March for that amount. The sale to the Melanson Development is for $4.05 million, and therefore the town must commit an additional $1.22 million to pay off the total amount of the band debt. The Select Board is committed to making up the difference by using the funds necessary from the $6.8 million allocated to the town under ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, which will be subject to Article 15 we'll discuss later. So when the process is complete, the town will pay off the full ban as follows. Free cash will be paid to reduce the ban in $1.22 million. And we will apply the ARPA funds to the FY24 budget to make up the free cash. There will be just over $4 million from Melanson at the closing. And, we have also incurred some additional costs regarding the property as well to legal expenses, and those will be part of the process as well. This town's state delegation, Representative Day, State Senators Lewis and Jalen, they were able to secure us a $150,000 earmark to pay a portion of the ban interest until the closing on the property, so it really will hold us harmless by using this strategy. Property tax. So the assessor's office estimates that the town will receive annual tax payments in excess of $200,000 once the property is permitted. The prior taxes were less than $40,000 per year and currently zero because the town is the owner of record. So here's a quick timeline. After town meeting approval, the LDA will be executed, and then a project eligibility application will be submitted to Mass Housing. Hopefully with the approvals, it will move down the line until July with the comprehensive permit application going to the Winchester Zoning Board of Appeals, which will there will be notice to the neighborhood and to the community to be involved in the ZBA process. We are hoping in January of 2024 to have a ZBA decision that is favorable. A regulatory agreement will be executed. The conveyance to the town will then move forward in May of 2024. Building permits issued in June, and then in August, construction begins. We are hoping that construction will end in December of 2025. And then the occupancy permit will be issued and residents will move in soon thereafter. So here's just a quick look at the Swanton Street elevation of the property, and you can see, similar to the Waterfield project, how the grade carries a lot of the massing of the building towards the back. Here's the north elevation as well, just to get a sense of the building, very similar to the original proposal that Mr. Melanson brought to the neighborhood that was seen very favorably. Here's the subgrade garage, and as you can see, there will be 66 parking spaces there for residents. And another parking level, this will be on the main floor at grade, and that will be 24 residential and then 16 commercial spaces to service that 6,000 square foot of commercial space you see off to the right. So I know we had this slide up the other night, but it's important to know that we were encouraged by the moderator several years ago to resolve our affordable housing issues in town. We were at 1.8% at that point. We're currently at 4.9% with the Cambridge and River Street projects coming online. After this project, it'll be 5.7%, and after Waterfield, 6.4%. So we are moving at a very quick speed, especially relative to how we had done in prior years. And happy to take any questions at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Further than question, we begin with the recommendations of the town meeting for town meeting's consideration of the boards and committee chairs. May we have the recommendation from FinCom?
We do. Actually, I want to ask Madam Moderator before we put on.
Okay.
I want to ask a question. Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. We actually have a presentation that covers 14 and 15 all together. Is that okay? Or should we wait?
Now would be the time to do that. I'll find that acceptable. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And actually, if it's also okay, Patrick's going to present, Patrick Matheson from the Finance Committee as well. Is going to present the numbers because he worked closely with the select board on them.
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to present the vote.
Absolutely. Can you
Okay,
please
thank you.
introduce yourself to the town meeting?
That'll go forward, that'll go back.
Perfect. Good. Patrick Madison, Finance Committee. Just by way of background, a working group was put together. It had representation from the Finance Committee, the Select Board, as well as the town. And really the intent of this was to kind of have one voice as we express these numbers, kind of go through the proposal and just express this in a way that kind of provides one voice as far as the financial implications to the town should the town vote to move forward with this proposal. So it really spans a 5-year period. You can see 2021, as Mike mentioned, this was taken via eminent domain for $5.27 million. And it goes all the way through 2026. At that point, we expect a completed project, and at that point, the town's really in a position of a steady state of approximately $200,000 in property tax receipts. So at the beginning, you can see from here, there's some carrying costs associated with the acquisition of the property. Most of that is pretty mundane, maintenance, security, insurance costs, as well as some legal and consultancy fees associated with the actual issuance of the RFP. As you move forward in time, you kind of get to more of the heavy expenses, and most of that has to do with some of the interest payments associated with the bonds anticipation notes. You can see in 2023, that's projected to be about $86,000. 2024, that jumps up to $305,000. That's really a function of two things. The first being we're assuming a higher interest rate than what's being paid right now on the bonds, and that's just a function of the interest rate environment that we're in right now. That also covers an 18-month period versus the previous year that just shows a 12-month interest payments. So looking forward, and this is really in 2024 when the town starts to see some of the benefits from this project. Obviously, we're projecting for the actual purchase to take place at that time, which would generate just over $4 million. Some building permit fees that are estimated at about $336,000, as well as those initial real estate taxes once the property changes hands, projected to start off at $50,000. And then again, once the project is complete, that'll be around $200,000. And, you know, from a more holistic perspective, you can see after those 5 or 6 years, there is a gap there. And again, that's explained by the fact that, you know, the town acquired the property for $5.27 based on a market value. And obviously, the proposal that was set forth was for an affordable housing project, which kind of explains the delta there between the 5.3 and the 4.1. So with that, I can turn it over to Milan to kind of walk through the pros and cons and the actual Finance Committee vote.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Right here. Yeah, okay. Different buttons, different things every day. So I guess when you look at the whole thing, it's kind of where, when you start out, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, right? We purchased that property, $5.27 million, and now we only have one offer. So that's on the con side, right? We only have one bidder, and the Finance Committee looked at this whole thing. So we're in this situation where we have one bidder and we have this property that we own. What's the path forward? So you see, I'll go with the vote and then I'll come back to the pros and cons. We looked at it all and said this is the path forward. What's being proposed in Articles 14 and 15, and voted favorable action on both. So the pros, right? This advances the affordable housing, which of course is one of the important goals of the town. It reduces town-owned land, right? Because if we don't own it, we can collect property taxes, which Patrick just mentioned. Also, there's a risk if we continue to hold it, that interest rate goes up. As you saw, we approached the $336,000. So the lower holding costs, right, of the 5.27, it's related to the fact that if we do 15, even though on the con side we realize a $1.22 million loss, it actually decreases. If we pay it off, it decreases, of course, our interest. And also, if we do sell the land, right, that we don't have the $4.05 million anymore.
Ms. Strong, can you give me one moment? Town meeting members, we've reached our maximum. Can I provide them 2 additional minutes? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So then on the pro side, once this is permitted, we also get another year of safe harbor. That's added to Waterfield, which was approved. And it also, in that corner, improves a very high visible corner of the town. We only have one proposal. There's some potential there, but we don't know what that would be on the con side because we only have one proposal. And we do have the fact that this does, the bottom line is it is a loss, but between a rock and a hard place to conclude, this for us was the right path forward, and we voted favorable action on both Articles 14 and 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strong and the Finance Committee. Further on the question, may we have a recommendation from the Planning Board? Mr. Diabgiri, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend favorable action. We noted the town is effectively paying $1.2 million for 16 units. It moves us towards safe harbor, and it continues our progress on our housing goals. Importantly, it also provides units at the 60% area median income level. And the Planning Board recommends town meeting vote favorably on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Housing Production Board? Mr. Subir, Chair.
Madam Moderator, town meeting members, I'm John Serbier, Chair of the Housing Partnership Board. This is a board created by town meeting to advise on housing-related issues. The Housing Partnership Board unanimously supports approval of Article 14, thereby enabling the proposed mixed-use and mixed-income development to proceed on this currently town-acquired land. The 60 rental residential units will serve a mix of moderate, middle, and market-rate households and will consist of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. So it's a nice mix of housing and a nice mix of income. This long vacant site, as Selectman Betancourt pointed out, is a blight on the neighborhood. It's also an unattractive gateway entrance into Winchester Center. The proposed architectural design is consistent with that of the surrounding areas. The commercial space will provide economic vitality, adequate on-site parking is provided, and the interior courtyard represents valuable open space. So in summary, we encourage a positive vote. Thank you.
Thank you to the Housing Partnership Board. Further, may we have a recommendation from the Affordable Housing Trust? Chair, Ms. Marty Jones.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good evening, town meeting members. I'm Marty Jones, Chair of the Affordable Housing Trust. I hope that all of you who haven't had a chance to read our report in the town meeting, have a chance to do that. We're a relatively new board committed to advancing affordable housing, and it's important to us that all of you understand our role as we go forward. We have followed the RFP process and the proposal review for this site as it's gone through the various town reviews. We have discussed this at a number of our meetings and followed what's happened as it's gone along the way. While we would have liked to see more deeply affordable units included as part of this plan, we understand that the economic feasibility and the reality of the importance to the town of recovering a significant portion of the price the town paid for the site. That reality means it's difficult to include more deeply affordable units in this project. The Affordable Housing Trust, along with many of the comments that John made, agrees that the design and the scale of the proposed Melanson building is appropriate for this site and will add and vastly improve what we are all seeing as we drive down Washington Street today. We voted at our meetings to unanimously support the Melanson proposal as provided in the land disposition agreement, which is before you today, and we urge you to vote in the affirmative on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the Affordable Housing Trust. At this time, not seeing any other boards or committees rise. Members of town meeting, you may make your way to the microphone stands if you have any questions or comments. Please state your legal name, how you would like to be identified, the precinct you represent, and your address. One moment, can we get a microphone for the gentleman in the back? One moment, we'll bring you a microphone. We need a microphone so WinCam can pick you up. If you give us 1 minute, we'll bring a microphone to you. Oh, you, okay. All right. For all that effort, you may go first, sir.
Yoga did that. Bob McIntosh from Precinct 1. I'm just curious what happens if the ZBA ultimately doesn't approve this?
To Town Council, can you please provide town meeting what would happen if the ZBA does not approve this and denies it, the permit?
Elizabeth Leiden, Town Council. If the ZBA doesn't approve it, then the deal is off. It's contingent upon receiving all approvals.
The sale is contingent on all approvals. Thank you. Further on the question?
Yeah. Good evening. Alan Field, Precinct 5. I'm wondering whether in this discussion with the developer by the town, whether the climate action plan that the town has was taken into consideration in terms of the design of the building. Like more specifically, is it to be an all-electric building without fossil fuel heating and cooling? Well, heating. And are there provisions for renewable energy to be generated on it? I'm curious if that's been taken into consideration. Thanks.
To the Select Board, could you please provide town meeting more information on the climate action and if that was taken into account in the review of the proposal? And if so, how?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Thanks, Alan. It's a good question. We certainly did, and that was part of the RFP process, and that was part of the waiting. So it's been confirmed with us that it'll be an all-electric building, and there will be quite a bit, and certainly developers here and can speak to it. But that was part of the project requirements, that it be all-electric and fit into our climate action plan.
Thank you very much. Further on the question, stage right mic. Oh, is the mic missing? I'll come right back to you.
We're coming back. Sorry about that.
Roger Wilson, Precinct 1. And I have a comment and a couple of questions. Comment is that this is in my neighborhood, and there's going to be one in your neighborhood, each one of you, before we achieve the target, and everybody should expect that. There's been a comment about deep affordability or whatever. I think that we really need to focus on satisfying state requirements at a minimum, and not be thinking that whatever Winchester does is going to move the dial on affordability one little bit. It'll improve things for a few families, but really with what we're faced with, if we want to get rid of 40B, we got to concentrate on satisfying state requirements at a minimum, and this goes further than that. But nonetheless, I'm supportive of it. My questions are two questions for the proponents. There are many ways a buyer can cancel the deal, and I would like a summary because there were so many different ways of reading the LDA of how the buyer could cancel the deal. And the second question is there any way that the buyer could convert the market units to condos, or a future owner could do so? I didn't see it, but I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To our town council, can you please provide town meeting information on how the buyer may cancel the deal, and also can the buyer or any future owner convert the units to condos?
So the deal needs to undergo a due diligence process, and they can cancel if there are any new details that arise that make it impossible to go forward with the project. If the permitting doesn't get completed, they can back out, and if there are any environmental concerns that make it infeasible, then they can also terminate. As for the second question,
can the buyer convert the units, or any future owner convert it to condos?
So it will be deed restricted, so they have to remain affordable in perpetuity.
It's a correction. I believe what you mean is they need to stay as rentals.
Yes, sorry, they have to stay as rental units.
Thank you very much. Further on the question, stage right, Mike.
Thank you. I'm Jackie Welch. I'm from Precinct 5. Just a quick comment and then a question. So I remember when I was on had the honor of being on the select board, this proposal was made, I believe, partly the creativity and inspiration of Mike Betancourt, and I wanted to thank him for that, because this was obviously a creative, his goal, as well as others who were working with him, including obviously the Housing Partnership Board, but was to try to kind of create a solution because there was nothing happening by regular market forces. So also that number, if I remember correctly, that $5 million price that roughly that the town had to pay was partly because of we needed that purchase to be able to be supported legally with respect to the fair market value at the time. So keeping that in mind, it's as Michael was saying tonight, that it was also because of the market at the time, but specifically because we needed to have the purchase price be supported and so that it wouldn't be attacked legally. But I guess my question is, and I really appreciated the detail and with respect to our booklet, but my question is regarding the ARPA funds, because it seems like we're going to be using sort of different categories and run this through health insurance to make sure that they sort of align with what seems like, at least if I look on Google, the whole purpose of ARPA is with respect to sort of a post-COVID. I'm not an expert in this area, but it looks like it's sort of a post-COVID reimbursement for towns. And I didn't see that it's specifically affordable housing, but I can see why it's being run through our health insurance. But I just wanted to double check with town council if we don't anticipate an issue with this being able to be run through ARPA. And if that's the case, that's fine. I appreciated the detail in the booklet, so thank you. That's my question. Thanks.
And I'm going to clarify for town meeting members, Article 15 has been revised. So the town, which is part of this because it was part of this process, but Article 15 has been revised, that the vote that we will be doing shortly, which does tie to this, so I'm going to bring it into as part of the discussion. That's why I allowed FinCom to talk about it, is that the town vote $1.22 million, $1,220,000 from free cash to increase the fiscal year 2023 principal unfunded debt budget account 0171102 appropriated at the spring 2022 town meeting. With that, I just want to make sure everyone's clear that Article 15 is revised. You had a handout on the table for that. And at this point, I'm going to allow the proponent to provide additional information on the funding of that $1,220,000. The proponent.
Moderator, if I could get an answer to my question on the ARPA funds, because eventually it will be run through ARPA.
Thank you. I believe so. Can you please provide additional information on the funding of the $1.2 million?
Thank you, Jackie, and thank you for your kind words. So when the American Rescue Plan Act first came out, one of the primary objectives was affordable housing. So certainly we were excited about that because that's the kind of business we need to be in. So when we were evaluating the property and appraising the value, as you know, we have to appraise it as for highest and best use. So that's not necessarily affordable housing, right? So there was a little bit of a value change because of that. If we were to be sued down the road by the prior owner, they would say, hey, if you're saying it's $4 million because you want to do affordable housing, we're saying we could build a shopping mall there because it's zoned commercially, and that is at a much higher value. So you owe us the difference between what your use is and what the highest and best uses. So Jackie's right. We were we had to hedge our bets a little bit there, and are not surprised that the number came in a little bit lower than we wanted. But ARPA is exactly the perfect funding source for this, and it was our strategy as well to kind of hold the town harmless and not have it affect any of our budgets or any taxpayer money whatsoever. So originally, because we kind of had some different opinions from council, we had to quickly come up with a way to make this transfer work. And so we initially were going to move it through the healthcare budget. Then FinCom said, no, use free cash, and said, hey, if you guys are telling us to use free cash, that's, we're going to definitely do that. So so that's what Article 15 is all about. So thank you.
Thank you. Stage left, Mike.
Madam Moderator, I'm Eric Shediak. I'm from Precinct 1. I just want to know why, or what the reasoning was of taking this property by eminent domain. I understand that there was a goal for affordable housing, but why would the town take the risk getting into the real estate business to take a loss of $1.2 million? And on top of it, what would the town have done had we not had the federal funds coming in for this affordable housing project to make the difference between the payoff, the interest accrued, and everything else? I'm not sure if that's select board or finance committee who could answer that.
To the town, to the select board, could you please provide more additional information of the vote that town meeting took previously and how it came to where we are today?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think we've kind of been dealing with this at prior meetings on the eminent domain, and it really was a drastic strategic step for us that we felt was necessary, and it was a policy objective. And that's why I was saying to FinCom that we were really looking to use ARPA, because we felt that this was not a financial decision but a policy decision from the select board. So we balance both those interests all the time. So I think that if we don't approve this, we will be on the hook, for it. We own the property and we own the debt to it. So I think that's more reason that we need to move forward favorably on this.
Okay. And if I may, just one follow-up question
Yeah,
too is, what's the question now? So if the federal funds weren't there, would we be going into our free cash? Is that what would have been the process to do this?
To the select board, could you provide some information on the what-ifs?
So we have different funding sources. We have the Affordable Housing Trust. We have the Select Board Housing Fund. There's different revenue that we could apply here. But, to your question, we would be on the hook. This is not without risk. And I think that we see the value in the improved property as well. I think Patrick showed it pretty well up there as well, the benefit of us also getting the tax benefit of a property that is fully realized and not just sitting there. So yes, we would be on the hook for that.
And one last thing. So was the prior owner not moving fast enough, or what prompted the town to take the drastic measure of eminent domain?
I'm going to say that's out of order. We already debated and discussed that as a town meeting, which led to a vote of this body. So
I'm sorry, I just wasn't there, but it's my first go around.
It's okay.
Yep.
It's okay.
So,
Thank you very much for your questions. Further on the question, stage left, Mike.
How you doing? Thank you, Madam Moderator. Stephen McCabe, Precinct 8, and I might follow Eric's lead here. I'm fairly new to this, but I was just trying to figure out, given the fair market value of over $5 million just a few years ago, who put that value together? And how much has that changed today? And with the tax revenue estimates that we're seeing here, what's that based on? Considering the changing rate environment and the changing real estate market. And I guess finally, was town meeting aware when this was proposed that this was a strategic and not a financial decision to take a $1.2 billion loss?
So town meeting, at this point, as a reminder, this article before us was previously debated and discussed, not the article itself, but what led to the article and the securing and the eminent domain of the lot was already debated and discussed at this meeting. I would like to remind you, so debating and discussing why the town took it has passed. We made a vote on that as a meeting. However, I would like to ask the proponent to provide additional information on the fair market value and if there has been any change in that since it was done previously.
And the tax revenue estimates, considering the changes in rates.
Yeah, thank you. So we just over the past week or two got that determination from our assessor. So he evaluated the parcel based on what was proposed. So that was always an issue. We didn't know what would be proposed there, even though we knew what could be proposed. So now we have a conservative number around that, 200,000. We think that's a good number. Comes from our assessor, who does all of the properties in town.
Is this the same assessor that had $5.3 million just a few years ago?
No, so these are different things, right? So we had two separate appraisals the town did. We had one initially when we were looking to value the property, and then we had another one, kind of a confirmatory appraisal. Those are both independent commercial appraisals that were done on the property. So our assessor is a different role. They're the town assessor that assesses the values of the property for tax purposes. So completely different things, but we were working closely with both. But we did, after town meeting, just because of the market and going through the pandemic, we were wondering if it had any impact on the appraisal, and it didn't. So we got a confirmatory appraisal after town meeting gave us authority.
And I guess, thank you for that. Just one follow-up to that. You mentioned the conservative estimates. What makes you say conservative?
To the
What's it-
proponent, can you please answer the question of what you mean by conservative in estimates?
Well, the market is changing, and they could be higher. So I think that we were looking at a number that was that we can really affirm by from the assessor's perspective. So it's somewhat of a when the building is opened and what the market is, how you're assessing it. So I think our assessor is probably somebody that can go in a little bit more detail about that.
Okay, no, I was just wondering because the market has changed. I mean, it's historic.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I mean it's.
Excuse me, we're going to go on to the next person who's been waiting. So
Hi, Madam Moderator, Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I have two questions for Town Council and/or Mr. Betancourt, and also a tangential question for Mr. Betancourt. The two for Town Council are, could you explain a little bit about the transfer rights of the developer in the LDA? I know in the past we've run into problems with this on the Winning Farm and on the prior Waterfield deal, and I'd just like to understand a little bit more about what their rights are to transfer, if any, their rights in the development. And then the other question is, could the RFP that this developer won the bid on be legally challenged because of the significant discount that he's receiving? So, because it kind of begs the question of, would we have had other developers bidding on this project had they sort of foreseen that they would be getting this kind of discount? And then my third tangential question is, what, if any, are there any updates on other subsidized housing projects, like sort of on the horizon, not the ones that are coming online, but like other ones that are in negotiation, any friendly 40Bs out there, just to sort of get an overview?
thank you very much. To Town Council, can you please answer? I'll go in order. I'll ask you them so you don't have to memorize them. The first question is, can you provide more information on the transfer rights of the buyer to others thereafter?
So any transfer would have to be approved in writing by the select board, and it would involve all of the entire agreement, so they would have to abide by the agreement as it's written. As for the RFP,
at this process, do you believe that this process could be legally challenged for any reason of concern?
no, I don't. One bidder is allowed, and as long as it's deemed fair and competitive and responsive, it is allowed. And so even though they bid low, it was accepted and it wasn't challenged. So.
Thank you very much. As very briefly, can I get a yes or no? If it's a yes, can you please provide additional information? Are there any other negotiations going on right now for affordable housing on behalf of the Select Board? Mr. Betancourt. After that, we will call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thanks, Dorothy, for the question. You know, we've got a lot moving. We've got a property on Cross Street. Mr. Covino has proposed a 9-unit affordable housing project there that would be a LIP in the same way that local initiative projects. So we would be supporting that as well. And so there are large projects, but there's also some of those smaller projects, and that was part of the goal of the housing production plan, was that we're not just looking for 100-unit affordable housing projects to get to this, but to cobble together some of them with the existing properties that are there in town. We also have the potential with the Glenwood Avenue property that came before the meeting a couple of years ago that we received in tax taking, and there's a few others that are not ready for prime time, but that we're still working on, that are really smaller projects. But we are out of safe harbor at this point, so there could be a developer that proposes another 40B somewhere in town with property that they own that we may not be looking at or have visibility to. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to call the vote, but if you go ahead.
Thank you. Michelle Bloomsack, Precinct 2, 21 Chester Street. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just want to piggyback on something that the COM committee
discussed last Thursday night about communication. So I'm a new town meeting member. I want to represent Precinct 2, so I went door to door this weekend asking my neighbors how they felt about this and you know, which way our neighborhood wants to vote. And I went to 30 houses. Clearly, people thought I was selling encyclopedias because only 15 people opened the door. But I thought it was really interesting because out of the 15 houses, I received 2 yes votes, 2 no votes. And the common refrain over all 15 was that nobody knew anything about the project or that this vote was happening. So as a town, we have to do better. I'm hoping that if this does pass, there's more outreach. I know you said that Mr. Betancourt, I know you said that there were 3 attempts to reach the neighbors. I know there was one last January. I know there was one, a letter to the town meeting in August. I'm not sure what the other one was, but we're just not getting to them. We have an elderly population. We have English as a second language population. We have to figure out a way to get more people educated and involved. I'm not sure if I'm going to ask Madam Moderator a question. Of the 15, they wanted me to ask you if I'm able to make a motion to postpone the vote until the spring. As a town meeting member, you are allowed to do that. Is that what you're doing right now? Yes. There is a motion to indefinitely postpone. Do I have a second? There's a second. That is debatable. May we have a recommendation from the proponent for the motion to indefinitely postpone?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Ms. Blumsack. We always hear that people need more outreach from the town, and we are trying, and we do really take the fine work of the Communication Study Committee to heart. We really went out of our way to, as I showed in my presentation, have a mailing that goes out to the whole neighborhood. We've had neighborhood town meeting members that were part of the RFP committee and part of the process. I know even Mr. Valtero, your neighbor, was at the meeting that we did in Fro session as well, and asked us a lot of hard questions about traffic and what is going to be done. So we are at the beginning of the process here, and so the ZBA process is really going to get involved with the impact to the neighborhood, traffic, water and sewer, all of those things. That will be a huge opportunity for the residents to get engaged on the final look. This is conceptual in a sense, but the ZBA will have the kind of final decision on things, and so that's a good place to be engaged, and happy to further discuss it, and if there's a list from the neighborhood or there's something that people want to get engaged in, that would be great. This project being put off to the spring will have severe implications to our budget in the town. And as was noted before, there is risk here, and there is risk to our budget, there is risk to our bond rating, and there is risk ultimately to our reputation beyond the community. I think that one of the reasons that we didn't see a lot of developers here is because they think that we're not reliable. They saw what happened with the Waterfield project, and they have concerns. There were a lot of people that were kicking the tires on this deal. They saw the amendment that came through the town meeting. They made them uncomfortable. I think the policy objective here is one that the town has been pursuing, has made a commitment to, and I think it's time that we move forward. And we don't move forward without the representatives from the neighborhood as well, and I hope we can find a way to engage you more regularly in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a recommendation from the FinCom on indefinitely postponement.
The recommendation is not to postpone it because we did vote for it, and I think there was mention, if you saw back our slides, right now we're sitting at not collecting property taxes. While it is a loss of $1.22 if this goes forward, there will come a point when we will collect property taxes, or we continue to hold this property and not have any property taxes. One possible, there are other financial things, but yes, we say, well, because we voted favorable action, that would say no to postponing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any boards or committees, if you had recommendations from your board on the definitely postponement, please come to the mics. At this time, I'm going to let town meeting members debate the definitely postponement of Article 14.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Samantha Allison, Precinct 3, Grassmere Ave. I really just wanted to ask the proponent of the motion to indefinitely postpone why. What's the goal of the postponement, and what would you like to achieve in the interim? Thanks. Through you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. To the proponent of the motion to indefinitely postpone, can you please provide more clarity on why and what is the benefit of indefinitely postponement that you see?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The reason to postpone it is because the neighbors, the 15 households that I spoke to, asked me if I would try to get it postponed. And hopefully, again, if the vote does go through, hopefully there'll be more outreach to the neighbors.
Thank you. Further on the question to indefinitely postpone Article 14?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Stephanie Zaremba, also Precinct 2, Park Ave, right up the street from this lot. In addition to everything Mr. Betancourt said about this is not an approval of the entire development. It's starting. There's going to be ample opportunity for my neighbor, I mean, literally my street of neighbors and others to get engaged. Also, in addition to the fact that it becomes very costly to the town the longer we wait on this. If we postpone this, be clear, that may remain a vacant lot for a very long time, and the town will be holding it, and the town will suffer financially because the town meeting previously voted to take this by eminent domain, because we required that the select board use it for affordable housing, we cannot do anything else with it. We have to have a developer like Melanson come to the table. They're the only ones that did. We heard from Mr. Betancourt that we're not getting a lot of interest. We maybe have a damaged reputation here. We could be really, really shooting ourselves in the feet. And I know my neighbors, same precinct, right, different opinions, but they would not want to see this remain in its current state for potentially years to come when they actually do still have an opportunity to be engaged. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that town meeting is ready for the vote. At this time, we are voting to take into consideration and definitely postponing Article 14. It requires a 2/3 vote. If you could please take your clickers out, we will be using those. Please make sure right now before the light turns on, you hit your green button to activate because they may have gone to sleep. And when the light turns on, then you can repress what you would like. If you press green, we will be indefinitely postponing, and we will be moving on to Article 16. If you press no, we will be returning to Article 15 and voting immediately thereafter on that article. We're doing 14, the indefinitely postponed Article 14. If you vote no, we will move directly to Article 15. If you vote yes to indefinitely postpone, we will be moving to Article 15. If you vote no, we will be returning to Article 14 and voting on the original motion. Now you all mixed up. It hasn't been done yet, though. It hasn't been pulled yet. I will clarify again. If you vote yes, 14 dies. If you vote no, 14 lives. And then we return to the main motion. No, not for. No, for Winchester. With 150 members voting. 1 second, I'm going to give you. With 100 required for the affirmative to pass, we have 16 in the affirmative, 134 in the negative. The motion is lost. Returning to Article 14. I believe that we are ready for the vote of Article 14. Give us one moment so we can prepare. No. We are moving back to Article 14. This is to authorize a land disposition agreement for Washington Swanton Street. You would hit your green clicker if you are in favor. You would hit your red button on your clicker for no if you are not. Requires a 2/3 majority vote. Please cast your votes now while the green light is on. Yes. At this time, can you put it? Leave it open, please, for a minute so everyone can read what you're voting on. This is on page 28 as well on your yellow booklet. Changing screens to the voting so I can see your votes. Seeing 152 members of town meeting vote, there are 135 in the affirmative, 15 in the negative. Require 102 in the affirmative to pass. The motion is adopted. Moving on to Article 15. At this time, to the Select Board, did you want to do a presentation or do you want to proceed with the vote? Yeah. All right. Article 15. I'm going to give it 1 second, and I'll put it up on the screen as well for you, so you can scroll. Yep. Yes, we are going to debate it. I just wanted clarity from the Select Board. Article 15. As reminded to town meeting members, this has been adjusted by the proponent, and it was in a handout you received at last Thursday's meeting, and it also is another copy is still present on the meeting table outside of the space. It is moved and seconded that the town vote $1,220,000 from free cash to increase the fiscal year 2023 principal unfunded debt budget account 0171102 appropriated at the spring 2022 town meeting. FinCom has given the recommendation, and so the Select Board has provided their overview of this. There was also questions regarding to this funding in the previous question, as it did relate to the previous question. Any town meeting members, if you have any questions or comments, you may please come to the microphones. Please note it needs to stick to the topic of the funding.
Sally Dale, Precinct 7, and it's right that I didn't ask the question before because it's relevant to this one. I understood that our Moody's rating is dependent on the proportion of free cash that we maintain relative to our total budget, and is that correct? And will this have an impact on our bond rating? And how will we be replenishing free cash?
Thank you very much. To the town manager, could you please provide information how this relates to the information you provided regarding the bond rating and how this impacts our free cash thereafter? If you'd like to turn that to someone else, please let me know.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, town meeting members. Our Moody's rating is based on a variety of factors. As I mentioned on last Thursday, Moody's is in the process of revising their methodology, and so we're still working with them to understand free cash, and liquidity is one of the metrics that they use to evaluate communities. There are several others. The intention here is that although we would be using free cash right now to fund that $1.22 million in the FY23 budget, the idea is that we would be able to use ARPA funds as part of our FY24 budget planning process. So basically, it would be an even exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing town meeting members are ready for the question. Article 15 requiring a majority vote. This is 2. This is to raise or appropriate transfer funds to supplement the prior year budget. As it's a simple majority, I'm going to try it by voice vote. If not, we will go to our electronic clickers. Those in favor? Aye. Yes, it's correct. Yes, I'll read it. Moved and seconded. Article 15 revised. Moved and seconded that the town vote $1,220,000 from free cash to increase the FY13 principal unfunded debt budget account number 0171102 appropriate at the spring 2022 town meeting. 2023 town meeting. Okay, that's where the error is. FY 2023. It's correct. So what is the issue? Okay. We're done. Moving on. It's correct on your screens. It was read correct. We're moving on. All those in favor, I'm sorry, we'll have to do it again. All those in favor? Aye. Are those opposed? The ayes have it and the motion passes. You're not doing the voted. Give us one moment while we reset. We will be moving onward now to capital planning.
Hey, Roger, how you doing, sir? Very good, very good. Which one are we?
Moving to page 18 of your yellow booklets, we're moving to Article 7, which is sponsored by the Capital Planning Committee. It is moved and seconded that the Capital Planning Committee report for fiscal year 2024 be received and filed. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, we have a comedian, Mr. McPeak.
You can do the arrows to move it if you want, or you can turn that on.
Arrows, thanks. Okay, so at least it's started and made an impression to begin with. And there was some discussion about what we were going to use here, but the former naval officer in me said, this is the image to go with. And I want you to note that the ship is settling into the water. It hasn't gone vertical. It isn't headed down yet. But water is coming in. The lights are still on. The pumps are running. The crew is running around trying everything they can do to save the boat. But the amount of water coming in is greater than the amount of water that the pumps can throw overboard. And so the analogy here is that our capital problem in this town is that we have so many high dollar value projects that we have to take on, and the pumps that we have, the stabilization funds, are unable to keep up. So the question is, why aren't we at the bottom? Well, in a word, we were lucky this year. We've had a tremendous amount of money come in this year from the select board, from schools, from Representative Day got us some money, and from private donations that have kept the boat up above the water. And these one-time use funds went to some very important things. And one of the most very visible ones that you can all see is Manchester Field being returfed as we speak. It might even be done today, I'm not sure. Things in public safety radios and McCall unit ventilators got done. But the point is, this was lucky, This is one time, and luck is not a strategy to solve our problems. So what are we proposing to do? The usual suspects. I'm not going to go into detail here because Articles 8, 9, and 10 are going to go into detail on what these are, but you can be assured that it's buildings, it's bridges, it's vehicles, it's drainage systems, and things like that. So the following articles will go into detail on this. So we always get asked, what can we not do? What are the things that are building up behind us? Well, by now some of you may have heard that replacement of the town hall HVAC system looks like it's going to cost around $6.3 million. We don't have that money. That money's not coming out of the stabilization funds that cannot support that. Town hall also needs work on its slate roof. It needs work on its windows. The library needs slate roof repair. The library needs windows. The DPW stables, which were torn down when we had to take down the failing wall that was behind the DPW complex, still needs to be replaced. McCall roof needs repairs in the, I guess there are 8 different sections of it, and some of them are very old. We're not talking about the new expansion roof in that section. Ambrose roof needs to be replaced. Yes, it's that old. All sorts of concrete work around Lincoln that needs to be done. $1.2 million worth of work there. We can't do it. There are always roadway projects that need to be done. Fields and recs, the list goes on. And then we have projects that we really don't even really talk about, like trying to get the town clerk a records digitalization system and bring us into the 21st century. So, we're in trouble. And what you're seeing here is the red bar is the backlog, the things that aren't getting funded, the cumulative backlog of projects that aren't getting funded. The green is the demand from the various departments saying, these are the things that we need to get done. The blue is the cumulative amount of money that's available from the building and the capital stabilization fund. And you can see the demand growing, and you can see the backlog growing. In the first couple of years, the demand is high because we have this existing backlog that we aren't addressing. And then when you see it start to drop off, that's just because our vision isn't that good yet in years 3, 4, and 5. But those projects that don't get funded are going to march out to the right, and that green line is going to keep going up. So we can't keep up with this. We're going to have to find some solution to this. And it is going to get worse. Supply chain impacts on the projects, the cost of the projects that we're looking at continue to grow. 10 projects that were deferred from last year, but that have gotten funded this year either through ARPA or ESSA or us, increased in cost by almost $450,000. And of those 10 projects, 8 of them increased, 1 of them stayed the same, and 1 of them actually decreased by all of $10,000. So the Lake Street Bridge project, which has been delayed by a year for permitting because of COVID and the state basically shut down its permitting process, we think it's going to increase in price by $600,000, and we're asking for that this time around. Even in the very short term, at the beginning of this capital cycle, when the departments went out and looked for quotes for equipment that they were going to propose to us, till the time of the end of the capital cycle, when we said, yeah, we're going to try and fund that. The amount of the bids that came in over the course of 5 months increased by $138,000. Now we're fortunate, we're going to have a little bit of money left over, we're still going to be able to fund that. But in that period of time, things went up that much. And in my mind, the most pernicious problem that we face is the fact that inflation is running at 8% officially. We see it far higher in the things that we're doing, probably double that. And the stabilization funds are only going up by 2.5%. That means this year alone, we're going to lose $375,000 worth of buying power out of those funds. Again, luck is not a strategy, and I don't want to go through another pandemic to get a big bunch of funds up front. Before I close, I'd like to get back to one thing that I talked to you about in Springtown meeting. I was asked a question when talking about the South Reservoir Dam, and the question was, would we be better off just buying all water from MWRA, or does it make sense to operate our own plant? At that time I said, we're doing a study right now, I'll get back to you when we knew the answer. We've got that answer, and the answer is actually the one good bit of information that we have this time around, and that is that we save about $1.25 million a year by operating our own water plant. Over the course of the next 5 years, we'll save about $6 million doing that. Finally, for the committee and myself, I'd like to echo some earlier comments. We have the great honor to have worked with Jay during his time here with the DPW, and he's just been a fantastic resource for this town. And he's always been a pleasure to work with. He's always come in with a great attitude. And when you're coming into Capitol, you're most often going to get told no, and yet he kept coming back for more and more of it. And we'd just like to say thank you very much, Jay, and good luck in the future.
Thank you to the Capital Planning Committee. All those in favor of accepting their report? All those against? It passes. Thank you. It will be on file, and you can also review their letter, and it is on the town's website. Moving on to Article 8. How I plan to take on Article 8 is I plan to take out motion number 9, and the proponent is going to come back and do a presentation of all the other motions together, 1 through 12, and take 9 out. We'll do 9 as a separate presentation thereafter. So prior to me calling the motions, I'm going to give the floor to the proponent to give an overview of motions 1 through 12, not including 9. As a note, I would also like to remind town meeting that there is a typo, and you did get an update in your mailboxes at your residences, but motions 1 through 10 requires a 2/3 vote, and motion 11 through 12 requires a majority vote. That was a typo. So further on Article 8, we're going to allow the proponent to begin, and we'll take the recommendations for all the other motions, and then come back to motion number 9. Thank you. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, Mr. McPeak.
Thank you. Okay. Motion number 1 is to provide $150,000 to do a schematic design package looking at 4 different roofs. I've mentioned them briefly. We're going to need work on the slate roof on Town Hall, work on the slate roof on the library, work on the roof at McCall, and replacement of the roof at Ambrose. And what we're doing here is going up and making sure that we have a good scope of how much work is going to need to be done, and get a first estimate on how much that's going to cost us. So that's what motion number 1 is. Motion number 2 is a replacement of the town hall fire alarm systems. This has been a priority of the building department, the fire department, and DAC for some time. That's going to be $500,000. Motion number 3 is repair of the historic McCall facade entryway with the columns and all of the precast concrete and everything else out there. If you walk up and look closely at it, you'll see that there are cracks developing everywhere. It's 80+ years old. The copper flashing behind it has pulled away from the building and allows water to enter into the building. So this is $825,000 to complete that repair. Motion number 4 is asking for $186,000 to complete the conversion of the McCall Middle School classroom unit ventilators. This is just in the classrooms, but at least our kids will be uniformly warm or cool, whatever. This will wrap up all of the classrooms. There are still a couple of units in hard-to-reach places in the building, but all the classrooms will be complete, and they're all under digital control of the building energy management system after that. Those are all funded out of the Building Stabilization Fund. Being funded out of the Capital Stabilization Fund with the assistance of a grant from the state that was arranged by Representative Day. We're going to replace a 1987 sidewalk plow, so we've gotten our money out of that piece of material, that piece of equipment. Motion number 6 and 7 were items that we were hoping to bring to you in the spring, but the engineering work wasn't complete. So motion number 6 is repair of the Cross Street Bridge. It had deficiencies that were identified in the inspection by the state. Same thing with motion 7, to repair deficiencies identified by the state to the tune of $250,000. Motion number 7. Motion number 8 is repairs to the Ambrose sprinkler system. We're not quite sure why this is, but we've identified corrosion in sections of the piping that go from the main header down to the sprinkler heads. It's as a project goes relatively small, but an imperative project for us. For those of you that are capital planning aficionados, you'll be going, why isn't under the Building Stabilization Fund? Well, it's too small to be funded out of the Building Stabilization Fund by the rules that the town has created. Motion number 9, we're going to move on through. Motion number 10 is what I think is probably the most impactful project that we have this time around. This is the installation of a rapid flashing beacon and a curb bump out down on Washington Street across from the Leonard Fields. And if you've ever driven through there on a Saturday and you see little heads sticking out between cars trying to get across the road there, it's just scary. So this is a really good safety project for us that hopefully will funnel the kids into that safe path. Motion number 11 is to repair drainage behind us here. And periodically we get flooding, and it can be quite dramatic in the parking lot and the Nelson Street areas, and this will be to correct that problem. And finally, as a result of a study that was funded from a grant from the state, we're doing some work to install basically a sedimentation tank to improve the water quality going into Winter Pond. What we found is that the water running off of the streets is carrying a lot of sediment, and that's what's affecting the ponds there. So that's everything except motion 9.
Thank you very much to the Capital Planning Committee. May we have a recommendation of the Select Board for motions 1 through 12 on page 19 of the gold, yellow, green booklet, not including motion number 9.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, town meeting members. I want to thank Captain McPeak and First Officer Johnson for their steadying the ship as it's listing. Certainly, you've heard us, or at least me say it, our select board meetings, that we're bailing out the Titanic with a coffee cup, so I'm glad you put that graphic to use. But Roger is correct. We need to do something. It's something on a priority list for the select board to address this in short order. So stay tuned on that, but we definitely need to figure this problem out. With that being said, the select board voted unanimously to support motions 1 through 12, excluding 9 for this discussion. These are all necessary and vital projects for the well-being of our infrastructure and the safety of the public.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation of FinCom?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Finance Committee voted favorable action on all the motions 1 through 12, and then we can talk about, except for 9, we can talk about separately.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other boards or committees rise, we're going to move into, I'm going to call each motion. If town meeting members have a specific question on that motion, you may come to the microphones and ask it. If no one rises, we will go right into the vote. Motion number 1 is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $150,000 from the Building Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the schematic package for roof design and replacement engineering and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Mr. Griffin, can you please put the motions up on the screen? Thank you. Please proceed.
Roger Wilson, Precinct 1. I don't have the graphic of the Titanic sinking, but I did bring a slate hook. When this last came up, which was about 20 years ago, they said there'd been an engineering study and the slate roof needed to be replaced. And I've worked on slate roofs, and at the time I said, slate roofs never need to be replaced. They need to be repaired. And we appropriated, I think it was over $1 million to replace the whole roof. Then they got up there. I said, I'm not climbing up there. But it turned out that it did not need to be replaced. My question is, how are we going to determine that the roof of Town Hall needs to be replaced? Because the last time we had experts look at it, the experts were wrong.
I'm going to direct your question to Mr. Lawson of the Department of Public Works. Mr. Lawson, could you please provide some information on why you're doing a replacement of the roof versus a repair of the slate roof?
Good evening, everybody. We have done major sections to the slate roof of Town Hall over time. Back in 1987 at the renovation, there were sections done. When we did a envelope project in 2006, we surveyed it. We did areas at the time that were bad. Now we have other areas that are leaking. We're seeking out what we know is bad. We know where we've been already and done some work. So I don't ever remember myself going out to look at total replacement. This is going to be a large repair and maintenance type of project.
Thank you very much. Further on the question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Eric Shediak, Precinct 1. Just a general question. So for Motion 10, for instance, the $150,000 coming out of Capital Stabilization Fund going to the extension, the curb extension in Leonard Field, and likewise for the Cross Street Bridge repairs. That money, is that for just materials, or does the town do the work, or do we
We'll
get
get
third
to
parties?
that. I'm going to read that motion. When I do, you can ask that question regarding that, where the money is coming from.
Okay. Well, not where the money's coming from, but who's doing the work? Is it town or is it third parties?
When we get to that motion, I'll
Very
ask
good.
that answer,
Thank
that
you.
question of the proponent. At this time, seeing no other town meeting members rise, I believe you're ready for the question. We'll try a voice vote. As a reminder, this requires a 2/3 majority. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The motion is passed. It is moved and seconded. Motion number 2. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $500,000 from the Building Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of the 2002 for the Town Hall fire alarm, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Any questions? Seeing no one rise, this also requires a 2/3 vote. We'll try a voice vote first. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. Motion number 3, it is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $825,000 from the Building Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the McCall Middle School masonry repairs, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Seeing no town meeting members rise, I believe you're ready for the vote. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the motion passes. Moving on to motion number 4, it is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $186,000 from the Building Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the McCall Middle School controls conversion completion, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Seeing no town meeting members rise, it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the motion passes. Moving onward to page 20 of your motion booklet. Motion number 5. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $118,170 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for a DPW, sidewalk plow, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Seeing no other members rise, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Motion number 6 is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $140,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the Cross Street Bridge repairs, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. This motion requires a 2/3 vote. All eyes are on you.
So, Roger Wilson, Precinct 1. my question here is whether this includes the retaining walls that are caving in right upstream from the bridge.
To the town engineer and interim town manager, could you please provide more information on the scope of this bridge repair?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would defer the question to Scott Brusso from Weston & Sampson, who is a consultant for this project.
To our consultant from Weston & Sampson, could you please provide more clarity on the scope of this project? Mr. Scott Brusso, welcome.
Thank you. Scott Brusso, Weston & Sampson. In regards to your question on the retaining walls just beyond the bridge, we'll be doing limited lengths of repair to them, specifically the ones that are where the outfall pipe is. So it's limited in length.
Thank you very much. All set. Seeing no other town meeting members rise, I believe you're ready for the question. It requires a 2/3 vote majority. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Moving on to motion number 7. Requiring a 2/3 vote, is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $250,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the Washington Street Bridge repairs, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Further on the question?
Answer, Precinct 1. What's wrong with the bridge? Are there any plans to stabilize the banks both above and below the bridge? And are there any design? How far along is the design? When can we see something? And I don't see this listed as a MassDOT project. Why not?
To the town engineer and also the interim town manager, Ms. Beth Rudolph, could you provide more information on the scope and the status of the project?
Sure. I'll defer the scope question to our consultant, but I wanted to take the last point of question. This is not a Mass DOT project. Mass DOT does inspect all bridges in the town of Winchester over a 20-foot span. They do it across the state every 3 years. And so this initial issues were raised as part of a Mass DOT bridge inspection. We then hired Weston Sampson to come out and do an independent evaluation. Town meeting funded the design of this work in fall of 21. And so this is just the funding for the construction. And I'll defer the initial questions to Mr. Brusso. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brusso from Weston Sampson, professional engineer. Can you please provide us a scope of this project?
Yes, town meeting members, the scope of this project includes reinforced concrete deck repairs along the sidewalk and underside of the bridge. It also includes some partial pavement excavation and replacement and partial waterproofing for the bridge deck as well, as well as substructure repairs to the abutments of the bridge structure. It also includes it does not include any bank stabilization, just because the banks basically are stabilized as they are right now. So, and that was kind of documented in the report as well, the Mass DOT inspection report.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other town meeting members rise, I believe you're ready for the vote. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the motion passes. Moving on to motion number 8. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $70,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the Ambrose Fire Sprinkler System, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Seeing no other town meeting members rise, I believe you're ready for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the motion passes. Moving on to motion number 10. As a reminder, motion number 9 we'll come back to. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $150,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the RRFB/curb extension Leonard Field, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. This requires a 2/3 vote. Seeing no town meeting members rise, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the motion passes. Moving on to motion number 11. This requires a simple majority. Moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $220,000 from water and sewer retained earnings for Nelson Street, Winchester High School drainage improvements, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. All those in... Seeing no one rise, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to motion number 12, it requires a simple majority. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $60,000 from water and sewer retained earnings for water pond water quality improvements, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Seeing no town meeting members rise, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the motion passes. Moving on back to motion number 9. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $250,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for the Highland Avenue Medium Islands, including construction, engineering, and all other costs incidental and related to. The proponent of this is the Capital Planning Committee. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, may we hear from Mr. Roger McPeak.
This is a traffic calming proposal that was brought forward to us, supported by the town engineer, town management, and the select board held a hearing on this. And the proposal is to install 11 islands between on Highland Street between its intersection at Forest and whatever you want to call the other intersection, whether that's South Border Road, Mount Vernon, or Mystic Valley Parkway. So 11 islands along there. Each of those would be approximately 3 feet wide by 30 feet long, I believe. And it's to address the traffic speed problems that the community has seen along Highland.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Select Board? Chair of the Select Board, Mr. Mucci.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board unanimously supported motion number 9.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Finance Committee voted unfavorable action on motion number 9. The concerns were what other less costly solutions have not been considered, and also, if you look at the Titanic that was presented, there are other capital priorities out there, and once the projects for the research for things like the roofs, big cost, the HVAC, we will need money for these other big projects. We understand that this is important, but there are other projects come along. And then the last point that some of the committee members brought up was, if you put these in, they can add additional costs in terms of maintenance. So now we've spent money, and then we may have to spend more to maintain these islands. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Traffic Transportation Advisory Committee? On their behalf, Mr. Ben Keeler, the chair.
Hi, thank you for your time. Ben Keeler, Precinct 2. I am the chair of the Traffic and Transportation Committee. One quick note, we are an advisory committee, and our advice is specifically focused on helping the select board make decisions on traffic and transportation-related issues as it relates to the town. So we don't get this opportunity to advise town meeting very often, simply because we take that advisory role very seriously, and we want to make sure that our advice stays focused on the select board. In this case, we did want to take the opportunity just to present to town meeting for the benefit of your body, simply because it is a traffic calming specific initiative. And this is something that has been on the docket and been in the works now for probably 5 to 6 years. TTAC was supportive of doing a corridor study, both along Highland and Cross Street, in the 2018-2019 timeframe when our committee was originally spun up. So actually, one of the primary focuses of TTAC is looking at systemic issues, not necessarily one individual project at a time, but looking at how we might be able to take look at issues that that the town is dealing with across our town, and actually developing solutions that we might be able to roll out in more than one project. This is one of those projects. So at a high level, it is 11 individual medians along Highland, with the expectation that those islands will reduce speeds along the corridor by approximately 5 to 7 miles an hour. So, thinking about safety, thinking about kids poking their heads out between cars, the expectation is that the entire neighborhood living to the east of Highland, in addition to Precinct 1, Precinct 2, and people that are obviously looking for connectivity between their neighborhoods and the Fells, would benefit from this project. So we do see that there's an opportunity for clear need for traffic calming, with the expectation that, if done appropriately, that this would benefit the town and would be something that we'd look to roll out in other places that could include, there's certainly no commitment, but we see a lot of the same activity along Johnson Road, Lockland, Church Street, Main Street. These are all areas in which we're dealing with similar issues. So we'd like to throw our support and recommend favorable action for this article. Just to clear up one thing, TTAC did have 2 votes on this topic specifically after the public hearing. The first one, we actually voted not favorably, 5-2, and with the specific request of engaging with the town on some important details as it relates to connectivity. The most important thing here is that along with this particular plan, there aren't any specific accommodations for a bike lane, which was something that the town has been interested in implementing in different places. We wanted to make sure that we were engaging in the conversation before saying no. The other thing that we were concerned about is crosswalks. So along the span of Highland, there simply aren't enough crosswalks to provide best access to the Fells and for individual neighborhoods that might be isolated on either side of Highland. We as a committee, we agree with the town that putting people in pedestrians in crosswalks is not traffic calming, right? That's a safety issue. But looking across this corridor, it's very clear that there is a lack of crosswalks, especially up by the hospital. So, up at the Kenwyn side, even down something like Cliff Street, where there's not a continuous sidewalk to get to any destination along the road, there's no crosswalk there. So when we voted 5-2 against, it was specifically to take on those details. The idea is that, again, if we want to roll this out as something that we would use elsewhere in town, that we do accommodate some of that connectivity thinking as well. So crosswalks, bicycle accommodation is equally important to us as traffic calming. In this case, traffic calming takes precedence. We are supportive. In our September meeting, we did vote favorably, 7-1, after working through some of the details with the town. And we would ask for your support here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further on the question, town meeting members.
Mike Galvin, Precinct 2. The last speaker might have addressed this, but I'm not familiar with the design. So were our bikes taken into account? Because narrowing down the roads would make it harder to bike. So it is.
To the To the town engineer, can you please provide more information about if bikeways were taken into account to the design?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Our traffic consultant, Erica Guidaboni, is here from Tool Design this evening, and I would like to request that she respond to that question.
All right. The town's consultant of Tool. Could you please provide information about how bikes were accommodated in the design, or if they were not?
Good evening, members of the town meeting. Thank you. We did consider bicyclists as part of this design. It is a really tricky corridor in general to accommodate all users safely. While we do see bicycle activity on the road, we specifically were looking at traffic calming, and bike lanes are not traffic calming. The intention here is that the whole road will be a lot slower with this design, allowing for a little bit more of a shared space. The road is actually not wide enough for continuous bike lanes as well. So this is hopeful that we will be slowing vehicles by about 7 miles per hour, which will allow for a lot safer design for bicyclists. We specifically also didn't look at curb extensions or chokers, which are narrowing coming from the side of the street. We looked at from the center, which will allow for bicyclists to stay along the curb continuously and not be kind of shifting in and out of traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Yes. My name is Bob Darian. I've resided for the last 44 years on Kenwin Road, and we've had shares of traffic from the Washington School to the traffic lights to the Swanton Street Bridge closing. And we've continued to have that, and it's progressively got worse as ways that directs the traffic up Kenwin Road. But the new problem that you can't take a traffic problem and try to solve it, isolate it, because traffic goes throughout the whole town. So what affects one area of the town also could affect the other. And what's happening now is any given morning, you go up the end of Kenwin Road, and the traffic is backed up from the Parkway to Kenwin Road. So when you're going to slow the traffic down, and I understand the purpose behind it, I'm not against that, but I always have this saying that the solution to a problem is only a good one if it doesn't create another one. And what's going to happen is the traffic that comes up Kenwin Road and Prince Street and all the others are going to have a heck of a time getting out onto Highland Avenue. And it's worse on Kenwin Road, and not because I live there, but we have the lights across street, the shortcut. We have the people coming down from Woburn. They get to the traffic lights, take a left. They come up Kenwin Road to beat the traffic lights at Swanton Street in downtown. And for some other reasons, trucks, and which are not supposed to be on the street, use it. So it's definitely difficult enough for me to get my car out of the driveway in the morning. But when the traffic is backed up, when they had some of that closing in Washington Street with a lot of problem, the whole street was filled with traffic trying to get out. So I think before you do anything on Highland Avenue, you ought to look at a global picture and see how it affects every other street in the neighborhood. And I'm willing to provide coffee. Anybody wants to come up in the morning, and we'll sit there and maybe even throw a Dunkin' Donuts in and just see for yourself what the traffic is. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thank you, Jackie Welch on Precinct 5. I'll just be really quick. First of all, I wanted to thank TTAC. The work that you all do is phenomenal, and if I am correct, I believe that your docket just gets longer and longer because of whether it's increased population, increased cars, et cetera. And we all owe a huge debt of gratitude to this phenomenal set of volunteers who take on really what are unsolvable problems. Second of all, though, I wanted to point out, as we all know in this room, that Highland Avenue is on Waze. We have a lot of people who are using Highland Avenue who are not from Winchester. It's definitely on Waze to kind of get around traffic jams on 93. So Highland Avenue is unique. I'll also point out that what little I know about traffic calming, and I have tried to study it over the years, is that you're not talking about the volume like the last speaker noted, and I have so much respect for him, but the speed. And so to the extent that this will help with the speed, I think it's a great idea. I think it would help town meeting members if we could see elevations, some rendering of these. I don't know if any are available, but I'm wholeheartedly in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chris Nixon, Precinct 1. I live on Forest Street.
I suppose as a practical matter, so I drive Highland regularly, sometimes multiple times a day, morning, afternoon. I'll be taking Highland back tonight to the house. I frequently see delivery trucks, UPS, Amazon, parked on Highland. Landscape trucks with lengthy trailers, for example. I pass because I'm able to cross the center line of Highland. I do so because I can see nobody's coming. And so I wonder, given the number of islands, how is that going to work? Are we not going to be bringing traffic to a standstill? So that's just sort of a practical matter question that I have. But there's really there's a legal question that I had as this was evolving. It was brought to my attention in the fall on September 14th. The House and the Senate sent to Governor Baker House Bill 5103. Its intention was to protect pedestrians, cyclists, and others, what they call vulnerable road users, by requiring drivers to give them at least 3 feet when passing in Massachusetts. The bill actually required 3 feet as a minimum for lower speeds, but once you go 40 miles an hour and faster, you have to give more speed. It turns out the House and Senate have been working on this for years. I was unaware. Governor Baker sent it back and said, simplify it. He likes the idea of giving distance to vulnerable users, but he thought the multiple speeds were a little confusing. Of course, we've had an election. We have a new governor. One doesn't know what will happen in the next legislative session, but it seems to me, as I understand the proposal and how I read this, if something similar to 5103 should come back to Governor Healy and it is signed, does this proposal actually comport with those requirements? Is there room for drivers to give 3 feet to vulnerable users with medians installed on Highland Avenue? Thank you.
To our consultant, could you please provide information regarding the space allotted for passing?
Would you like me to take them in order or start with the latter?
You can take them in order, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. For the first question, that came up at the select board, and we had a great conversation that evening. We actually changed the design based on the conversation related to landscape trucks and deliveries and things of that nature on the side of the street. While we cannot design for everything, the intention is that we will be putting markings on the side of the road with no parking sign, like markings within the street, no signage to discourage parking right along the medians. The medians are only 20 feet long, and there's 11 of them. So there is going to be those spot places that you really don't want people parking right up against them. If someone were to do that, yes, it would block the lane. I think they'd be honked at fairly quickly. We are marking it to make that very clear that that is not where you should be pulling over, but that is, a potential thing that could happen. But we're doing the best with the design to avoid that issue. So I'm feeling confident about that. Someone mentioned a rendering as well. I don't have anything with me this evening. I will direct you to Canton Street in Westwood has this installed. They've had a really great success rate on these. They're really happy with the installation. They've had no emergency issues or deliveries or issues of people blocking the street. I think there is a behavioral thing to get used to the change, but they're really happy with the installation. The question related to the legality of these, I guess, comes back to the intention of the street being shared. So any pedestrian wouldn't be in the lane, so it's really about bicyclists. So again, where you are next to those medians, which is 20 feet long, which is about the length of a parked vehicle, you will have to be behind the cyclist. You will not be able to pass them at the median. You will have to wait till you get past the median to pass them. Thanks.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Okay, Robin Wolf, Ledyard Road, Precinct 4. Through you, Madam Moderator, given the location of Winchester Hospital, was any information sought from our emergency services people or the private ambulance companies such as Armstrong and Cataldo who transport patients to Winchester Hospital?
Thank you. To the town manager, and if you'd like to direct it, can you please provide information on how the hospital routes were taken into account for this project?
So these plans were reviewed by our internal staff, including public safety and DPW. We did not have a specific conversation with the folks from Winchester Hospital, but I do believe we pulled one of the islands back, and Erica can probably touch on that a little bit further because we were concerned about the ambulances, so we did pull one of the islands out a little bit further.
To our consultant engineer, could you please provide some information of how you took into account the hospital traffic?
Yep, I will just add, in addition to what town manager said, The reason we did not propose anything vertical, speed humps, things of that nature, on this corridor is due to the hospital. So this should not have any impact on response time, because these are narrowing the road to about 12 feet wide from a beveled curb to the side of the street, which is plenty of space for any emergency vehicle, plowing, ambulances. Thanks.
Thank you. Further on the question.
Hi, Timothy Matthews, Precinct 1. I'm a member of the TTAC, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a Precinct 1 town meeting member tonight. I actually wanted to, if we could, through you, Madam Moderator, address a couple of the questions that were raised by the folks on the Finance Committee. I think that would be helpful. One of the things that I heard was what other options were considered, and were there options considered that were less money? The second one I heard was around what money would be required to maintain these median islands. So I'd love to hear those questions answered, but maybe I'll just say I'm fully in support of this. I live, like Bob, on Kenwin Road, right around the corner from where this happens. I think some of you might have seen the accident that happened on Highland a couple of weeks ago and how dramatic it was. We had a resident on Highland who had a car more or less in their front lawn. I think the only reason why that dramatic of an accident could have happened is because of speed. And I know there's been a lot of work done around this issue, studies going back as far as, I believe, 2018 or 2019, and this is the result of that conversation, the work of a lot of committees and a lot of discussion and refinement of the proposal. This is not something that was just pulled out of the air. And so if maybe Erica can answer some of those questions, it would be helpful. But this is something that's really important for the pedestrians in particular who walk along Highland. And I want to remind folks that's a major route to school for kids that are going to Morocco School. So thank you so much for considering it, and I'd love to hear some answers.
Thank you. There's two questions. I believe the first one we will go to our consultant. Could you please provide if there are other options that were reviewed and if they were less costly, and why you did or did not proceed with those?
Yes, thank you. So we did look at a few different options. Traffic calming in general, there's a traffic calming toolbox, generally fall into two categories: vertical and horizontal deflection. Vertical being the speed humps type stuff, and horizontal being things like the median islands or chicanes, which kind of shift the driver in one direction or the other. It's meant to slow you down, kind of curve the road where it's super straight. So we didn't look at anything vertical, which sometimes can be cheaper because of the presence of the hospital and the volumes on Highland Ave. So we did look at the horizontal options. We looked at curb extensions, roadway chokers, which narrows the road and spot locations, and roadway reconstruction, which would just narrow the road fully. The most expensive thing about a transportation engineering project really is drainage implications and grading. So those are the pieces that make a project really expensive. The benefit of the median island is that it's in the middle of the street, so it does not impact drainage. You're not going to be messing with the water running along the side of the street going into catch basins. We don't have to do anything with those catch basins. We don't have to tie into any existing water sewer separation. So the intention with this is that it's going to be cheaper because it's in the middle of the street rather than on the edges.
Thank you. For the cost of maintenance, is there someone from the DPW who may be able to answer that question? As Mr. Gill makes his way down here, we'll move onward to the next town meeting member. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Joan Miller, Precinct 6. And I'd like to address this, I think, to the acting town manager, not to the consultants, because it just seems like they had an opportunity and didn't look at this. But it seems to me a cheaper way to slow people down is to put four-way or three-way stop signs. We seem to use that a lot in the flats. I don't know why that couldn't be addressed in Highland Ave. And it certainly would be cheaper, and you could at least try that and see how traffic responds before you do a very expensive construction project, which will take our capital away from other opportunities.
Thank you. To the town engineer, could you please provide some information about, did you consider using stop signs, and if so, why did you not go that route?
Sure. So stop signs are typically not recommended as a traffic calming measure for several reasons. Most importantly, along Highland Ave, when you look at installing stop signs, you have to meet what's called a warrant. So you have to be able to prove that there's sufficient traffic in all directions to warrant a stop. And Erica has, I'm sure, more of the detail on what those specific warrants are. But in this case, Highland Ave is by far the heaviest traffic road. The streets that intersect it have much lower numbers coming in. So in many of these cases, and I expect in all cases on Highland Ave, we wouldn't be able to meet the warrants to install a 4-way or a 3-way stop just because the traffic on Highland Ave is so much heavier than any of the traffic coming in from those intersecting streets.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gill, thank you for making your way up here. Could you please answer the question about maintenance of the proposed additions to Highland and also the cost, if any, from your department?
Sure, the cost will be into the DPW budget, very minimal cost. For snow plowing, we took a very serious look at it. We have 10-foot blades that are on our big salters. They'll be able to go plow that, no problem. And I think it's a great traffic calming method that we're going to try there. So thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Yeah, Bob McIntosh, Precinct 1 again. I live off of Highland, and I'm on it multiple times a day going both ways. I really haven't seen speed problems. I'm on it a lot, and I just haven't seen the problems. And if we need more crosswalks, why can't we just put in more crosswalks? And as far as people concerned about the children getting down to Morocco on that main straight path down to it, there's a crossing guard there in the morning and in the afternoon that keeps everything safe for the children. So if we need more crosswalks, I'd rather save the money, use it for something else, and put in some much less expensive crosswalks to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, this will be the last speaker, and then we're going to go to the vote.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Stephanie Zaremba, Precinct 2. Just want to address some of the comments made. I live actually on Highland Ave, so I'm not on it all the time driving. I'm there literally all the time. And I also wanted to share some perspective in my learning about this proposal because I have a heavily vested interest in it. When I first saw it, as I think probably many of you did, I thought, who came up with this idea? This is not smart. This looks really dumb. And then I had the benefit of joining the Traffic and Transportation Advisory Committee, again, speaking personally, not on behalf of them, but I had the opportunity to engage with Tool and do my research and learn and find out that actually this is one of, if not the most effective ways to slow down traffic. So if anyone had their doubts about thinking this looked like not the smartest design, I've been there with you, and I just want to share that I proved myself wrong, and maybe you can benefit from that. And then lastly, just to implore you all, we're talking about this as a lot of money, but this is, I mean, has anyone done a home renovation lately? Like, this isn't actually that much money in the grand scheme of the town budget. And I think about that accident that was on Highland, I think last week, where a car, thank God they went into the side of the road that doesn't have a sidewalk on it. How long are we going to wait until that happens into the sidewalk? If we're standing here and, God forbid, anyone, but especially one of our children, gets hit by a car that's speeding, $250,000 was too expensive for that. So I'd ask you to please think about that when you vote right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to go to the question. We're going to use our clickers. This requires a 2/3 vote. And I'm going to change the screens real quick so we can get that going. The light turns green. Please make sure you also hit your buttons to turn on if they went to sleep during the debate. None of you did. And hit the green button to turn it back on. The vote is open, and we are voting on motion number 9 of Article 9. Of Article 8. Motion number 9 of Article 8. If you're voting yes, you're voting in favor of the Highland Avenue Median Islands installation. If you vote no, you are opposed. 2/3 vote is required. $154 members of town meeting having voted. 103 required for the passing. 100 have voted in the affirmative. 54 have voted in the negative. The motion fails. At this time, I'd like to take, is there a point of order? I noted that and clarified that that was a typo. All town meeting members in your mailboxes should have received the correction, and I corrected it. Yep, it's a 2/3 vote. Thank you for that. At this time, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break and return back. We have two, what I anticipate to be relatively quick capital planning articles, and then we will try, if we can, to move on to Article 5, which is for the CPA, and then we will adjourn for the evening.
Are we ready? Hey, very good. Good evening, everybody. Alan Iden here. This is the second session of Winchester's Fall 2022 Town Meeting here on November 14th. We opened the meeting with a discussion of Article 14. Article 14 was to sell town-owned property, the town-owned property at the corner of Washington Street and Swanton Street, 1.2 acres. And that gives the select board the discretion to enter into a development agreement with the one single bidder, Mellon and Associates. The comments were that this lot has been vacant for 10 years. The town took it by eminent domain for $5.2 million. We heard that it is consistent with the master plan for the development of the Swanton Street area. Again, the town paid $5.2 million for it. Selectman Betancourt said, detailed the community outreach efforts, said they did a lot of outreach to find out, get input from the community. The development will contain 60 apartments, 14 of which will be affordable, but under state rules, all 60 are considered affordable by the state. There'll be also 6,000 feet of commercial space on Washington Street. The town must come up with $1.22 million, which was the difference between what the town paid for it and what the developer is offering for it. But Selectman Betancourt said that the town would use American Rescue funds if it's approved. And he also commented that this development will generate $200,000 a year in additional tax revenue for property that is currently not generating any revenue. The Finance Committee approved of this article, but was disappointed that only one proposal was received. They said they approved because it basically cost the town $1.2 million for 60 units of 60-unit credit of affordable housing. Planning Board also approved. A town meeting member, though, made a motion to postpone the consideration of this until the spring. She said she conducted her own survey, a door-to-door survey, and showed large numbers of people were uninformed about it. Selectman Betancourt said there was, in his words, a great risk in postponing it. And he also said the developers might get scared off. And that motion to postpone till the spring failed. And that moved right to the vote on that article. It passed 135 to 15 to allow the select board to enter into negotiations, land development, an LDA land development agreement with the developer. Article 15 was to appropriate that 1.22 million difference from free cash for Article 14. That was passed unanimously. So finally some movement on the long delayed the long abandoned property at Swanton and Washington Streets. Article 7 was the report of the Capital Planning Committee, which opened up with a graphic of the Titanic sinking. We heard from the chair saying that he was comparing the town's budget to that for capital planning to the Titanic. So there were many high-dollar projects, and the town was lucky this year with an infusion of extra money, but as he said, man the pumps, because there are many more projects than there are funds. Town hall repairs are running over $6 million, and many other building repairs are on the horizon. Quote unquote, we are in trouble. He said the stabilization fund, the building stabilization fund, is not keeping up with the needs of the town, and the project costs keep going up and up. Now, that vote on that Article 7 was merely to accept their report. Article 8 was motions by the Capital Planning Committee for appropriations. So let's go quickly down that list. There was repairs to the town hall roof, design and replacement for $150,000. The town hall fire alarm replacement for $500,000. McCall Middle School masonry repairs, $825,000. McCall Middle School controls conversion, which was explained there with some climate control additions to the McCall addition, and that was $186,000. Replacement of a 1987 sidewalk plow for $118,000. Repairs to the Cross Street Bridge, $140,000. Repairs to the Washington Street Bridge, $250,000. The sprinkler system that needs repairs in the relatively new Ambrose School, $70,000. The most discussion was motion 9, which was to construct median islands in Highland Avenue for traffic calming. Eventually, after much discussion, that was approved for $250,000. Curb extensions and crosswalks at Leonard Field, or across Washington Street at Leonard Field. Construction of that was $150,000. Drainage improvements to the Nelson Street, Winchester High School area, $220,000. And finally, Winter Pond water quality improvement to stop sediment draining into Winter Pond was $60,000. So that's Article 8. That's where we stand right now. The town meeting is in recess. We will be back with a recap of this second session of Winchester's fall 2022 town meeting at the conclusion of tonight's meeting. So stay tuned.
But you know, what you could have had too, though, is everybody maybe going out for fresh air for a minute and the doors opening in the front.
Town meeting members, please take your seats. I'm going to try my voice vote first. But you will leave for the citizens. Oh, do I need to use it? Town meeting members, take your seats. All right, I'm proceeding without you then. It is moved and seconded that $600,500 is appropriate to pay costs of purchasing a Vector truck for the Water and Sewer Department, including the payment of all costs incidental related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount pursuant to General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, Subsection 1, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. That the town manager shall be authorized to have oversight of the project, and that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Town of Winchester Home Rule Charter, the town manager shall have the authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to the project. This is also on page 22 of your yellow booklets. This is Article 10. The proponent is the Capital Planning Committee. It requires a 2/3 vote. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, we have Mr. Johnson.
They didn't give me an Article 9.
Good evening. We don't have a slide for Article 9, but is it a vote to appropriate additional money for Lake Street Bridge project? As you remember, last fall I asked for some money, and I thanked you for it. You gave it to me, $1.5 million, but unfortunately, due to delays in planning, cost overrun, I'm going to have to ask for a little more money tonight. I hope you give it to me. It's $600,000. It'll make the total appropriation
Mr. Johnson.
$1,100,000.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
I made an error because I read Article 10. Could you present that first, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's why we couldn't find it.
Article 10's right here.
We're doing Article 10, then we'll go back to 9.
Slideshow? Yep. No, click on slideshow.
This is the Vector truck.
And then say from the first.
From the beginning.
Okay. You can use the arrows right and left to advance it.
Okay, Article 10 is for a vac truck. This is a basic truck that does what it says. It's a vac truck. It vacuums out water, soil, dust, leaves, all of which will be used primarily by the water department for the improvement of the water system. This is the latest technology in excavation and cleaning out cleaning out lines, cleaning out manhole covers and catch basins, and doing small digging around pipes and small tight holes. More efficient. It's safer for the employee. It's cost saving. We rent them now, and the rental runs between $80,000 to $100,000 a year. We feel that this will be about a 6 to 7 year payback, and we'll still have a vehicle that has a very large residual value. This will also be used to meet the town's MS4 requirements. It's one of the requirements. So we're asking for $600,500 to purchase this vehicle. It will probably take a year to 18 months to get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, may we have a recommendation from the Select Board? We have the Select Board, Mr. Mucci, Chair.
The Select Board voted unanimously to support Article 10.
May we have a recommendation from FinCom? Chair, Ms. Strong.
FinCom voted unanimous favorable action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from town meeting members? See no one rise. A 2/3 vote is, got to be quick.
Mike Galvin, Precinct 2. Just a quick question. I happen to unfortunately work for a state agency that bought one of these, but then didn't have the staff to run it. Do we have plenty of staff that has qualifications?
Yep, 1 second. To the Department of Public Works, to the proponent, do we have enough staff and qualified staff to run this machine?
We have been told the capital process that they never have enough qualified staff, but they do have people who will be able to run it and maintain it. and do a very good job.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other town meeting members rise, a 2/3 vote is required. I'm going to try a vote first. All those in favor? Aye. Are those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and we are passed. Sorry, my apologies. I'm on the move here. So let's go back to Article 9. This is also from Capital Planning Committee. It is moved and seconded that the vote of the town pass under Article 13 of the 2019 Fall Town Meeting is hereby amended to increase the amount of appropriation and borrowing authorization therein for the Lake Street Bridge Replacement Project from $1,500,000 to $2,100,000, and to delete language regarding the allocation of premium received under the sale of bonds or notes that is no longer necessary or consistent with the state law, and said amended vote shall now read as follows. Quote, voted that $2,100,000 be appropriated for the Lake Street Bridge Replacement Project, consisting of the replacement of the bridge, including the cost of design, engineering, demolition of the existing bridge, site work, new foundations, substructures, bridge rails, roadway pavement, sidewalks, landscaping, and temporary and permanent utility relocation, and all other costs incidental or related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow $2,100,000 under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling authority. That the town manager be authorized to apply for and accept a grant from the State Municipal Small Bridge Program or any other grants or aid available for this project, provided that the amount authorized to be borrowed under this vote shall be reduced by the amount of any such grant funds received prior to the issuance of bonds or notes hereunder. That the town manager be authorized to have oversight of said project, and that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Winchester Home Rule Charter, that the town manager shall have the authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to said project. This is on page 21 of your yellow book, Article 9. This comes before you as a proponent with the capital planning, and it requires a 2/3 vote. On behalf of the capital planning, Mr. Johnson.
As I stated earlier, this is money we needed for additional project. From last fall, due to the increase of construction costs and permitting, primarily permitting. Permitting's been a long, delayed process, much longer and much harder than we anticipated. We're requesting an additional $600,000. Thank you, and please vote for it.
Thank you. May we have recommendation from the Select Board, please? Mr. Mucci, Chair.
The Select Board voted unanimously to support Article 9.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from FinCom? Ms. Strong, Chair.
FinCom voted unanimous favorable action.
Thank you. Town meeting member, please proceed.
Roger Wilson, Precinct 1, 2, whoever can answer the question, I guess, but through you, Madam Chair. My question is how we're going to accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists during construction. This is not only a very busy street for motor vehicles, but also a very key pedestrian and bicycle route, and the detour that cars might have to take would be onerous for pedestrians or bicyclists.
Thank you. To the town manager, can you please provide some direction on how pedestrians and bicycles will be routed during the construction of this project if it passes?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would defer that question to Scott Brusso, our consultant for the project. Thank you.
Mr. Russo, if you could please join us and answer the question, that would be wonderful. The question, as a reminder, as you make your way, is whether how you plan to address pedestrians and bicycles safety during construction.
Thank you, town meeting. We intend to provide a temporary pedestrian bridge to allow pedestrians access across Horn Pond Brook during construction. Unfortunately, we will not be able to provide temporary access for the bicycles, so they will need to detour around during the construction.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing no one rise, I'm going to try a voice vote first. 2/3 vote required. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the motion passes. We are now moving back to Article 5, which is for the CPA consideration. The citizens' petitions 5 and 6 have both requested that they go this evening. Just now, they have put tremendous work in, and they have waited to be put on hold so that our consultants could be here this evening and support us. I hope that we can make it through these 2 articles before we adjourn. We will play it by ear. But let's do everything we can to help our citizens out who are coming before us.
All right. Forward, back. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Article 5, it is moved and seconded that the town hereby accepts Section 3 to 7, inclusive of Chapter 44B of the General Laws, otherwise known as the Massachusetts Community Preservation Act, by approving a surcharge on real property for purposes permitted by said act, including the acquisition, creation, and preservation of open space, the acquisition, preservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of historic resources, the acquisition, creation, preservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of land for recreational use, the acquisition, creation, preservation, and support of community housing, and the rehabilitation and restoration of such open space and community housing that is acquired or created as provided under said act, that the amount of such surcharge on real property shall be 1.5% of the annual real estate tax levy against real property commencing in fiscal year 2024, and that the town hereby accepts the following exemptions from such surcharge permitted under Section 3, subsection E of said act: properly owned and occupied as a domicile for any person who qualifies for low-income housing or low or moderate-income senior housing in the town, as defined in Section 2 of said act, $100,000 of the value of each taxable parcel of residential real property, and $100,000 of the value of each taxable parcel of Class 3 commercial property and Class 4 industrial property as defined in Section 2A of said Chapter 59. On behalf of the citizens' petition is Mr. Richard Rohan. However, presenting on his behalf will be Mr. Brian Vernalia.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good evening, fellow town meeting members, members of the Select Board, Finance Committee. My name is Brian Vernalia, and I'm a Precinct 4 town meeting member as well as a lifelong Winchester resident. I rise tonight to present Article 5, an article which, if approved, would ask the voters in Winchester whether they want to adopt the Community Preservation Act, or CPA, at our spring town election. With me tonight are two other members of town meeting, Richard Rohan, Precinct 2 Captain, and Maura Sullivan, Precinct 1. Additionally, 9 other members of town meeting signed the petition to bring this article to you tonight. While some of us serve other roles in town government, be they elected or appointed, we come to you tonight as town meeting members. In a nutshell, the CPA is about getting money from the state that we Winchester taxpayers have already paid to use for projects we already plan to do. These include projects in our historic buildings and our athletic fields. We're asking the town meeting to allow residents a voice as to whether they want this via a town-wide vote in March. Let me repeat that. We are voting tonight to give the voters the right to decide this issue. Since September, we have engaged in outreach to boards and committees, including the Planning Board, the Historical Commission, the Field Management Committee, the Conservation Commission, the Board of Health, the Energy Management Committee, the Housing Partnership Board, the Affordable Housing Trust Committee, the Winchester Housing Authority, the Finance Committee, the Capital Planning Committee, and the Select Board. We educated town meeting during a Zoom presentation lasting over an hour, along with questions and answers, inviting all town meeting members, and sent the recording to all as well. We have a Dropbox full of CPA resources that we've shared. Tonight, we streamline what we present. The CPA allows cities and towns in Massachusetts to create a local fund with revenue from property tax surcharge, partially matched by the state. The funds can be spent on historic structures, outdoor recreation, think athletic fields, open space, and affordable housing. 10% annually must be allocated to historic buildings, open space and outdoor recreation, and affordable housing, but the remaining 70% are at the discretion of the town. Funds do not need to be spent the year they are received and can be saved over time. How would this apply to Winchester? Winchester has many historic municipal buildings in town that could be eligible for CPA funding, and many of these buildings are our most needy. The town hall, the library, the public safety building, McCall Middle School, yes, even the carriage house would be eligible for CPA funds. Several years ago, the field master plan outlined the lack of field space and in many cases the poor quality of our fields, yet we have not been able to adequately fund their rehabilitation. CPA funding can be used for rehabilitation of recreational resources like our fields. CPA funds can be used for all aspects of the replacement of a turf field, with the exception of purchasing the turf, something that's being done now with our own money at Manchester Field and will be needed in the not-too-distant future at Skillings. CPA funds could be set aside annually for large field projects and/or combined with booster or capital funds when turf projects are needed. If Article 5 is adopted, the CPA will go on the March 18, 2023 municipal ballot, requesting a 1.5% property surcharge. Included in the ballot question would be an exemption for the first $100,000 of assessed value for all properties. Additionally, low-income homeowners and low to moderate income seniors would be eligible for a total exemption from the surcharge. State matching funds come from fees collected by the Registry of Deeds in all towns in the state. Additionally, the state occasionally adds budget surpluses into the CPA trust fund. As more and more communities have opted in and have found this to be an effective method for investing in the community, the state has updated and improved the funding stream, expanded project eligibility guidelines, expanded the list of allowable exemptions, and twice, actually when I wrote this last week twice, now it's 3 times since last week, added funds from the state coffers into the trust fund. An important note about matching funds is they are given to town based exclusively on the total amount of our surcharge collected and the reimbursement rate set that year. They are not project specific, nor do they require us to first do a project, and get reimbursed. They're ours to keep as soon as they are distributed, but we can only spend the funds on eligible projects. If we had approved the CPA 2 years ago, it takes 2 years before this all works through, the Community Preservation Coalition estimated that the proposed 1.5% surcharge would have raised $1.5 million last year. The Department of Revenue estimates that they will match this year will be 35%. Using the estimate of 35%, we would have received over $500,000 in CPA matching funds this year. The combined $2 million would be available for use at the upcoming Springtown meeting during the regular budget cycle. The surcharge and matching funds would be available annually at the Springtown meeting, just like every other source of funding. Recommendations on projects would be made by a CPA committee established by town meeting. Beyond some required members of existing town committees, you, town meeting, have the right to specify that CPC or FinCom members beyond that committee when it's established. The funding recommendations of the committee would then be approved by you, town meeting. Should town meeting choose not to fund a project, all of the funds would stay available for a future project. Town meeting has the final say on every dollar spent by the CPA, just like we do with projects put forward by the Capital Planning Committee or the Select Board. Your oversight as town meeting will prevent projects from double dipping or the committee going rogue. A review of CPA in other towns confirms this. At town meeting, you approve projects, and for every project you approve the CPA to fund, you would have more dollars available for other necessary projects. What would adopting the CPA cost property owners? For the average assessed house in town, the surcharge would have been $218. But just a reminder that along with that $218, the town would have received an additional $76 per average household this year in matching funds. This factors in the first $100,000 of a property being exempt. And additionally, individuals who are exempt would pay nothing. There's never a good time to ask residents to increase taxes, but the best possible time is when someone else is pitching in some of the money. We are partnering with the MSBA on Lynch because they are pitching in 17% of our project costs. If we approve the CPA, the state will pitch in an extra 35%. If, however, we approve a debt exclusion or operating override for capital, as the Select Board is currently planning, we pay 100% of those costs. Speaking of capital, we saw the Titanic graphic earlier tonight. The Capital Planning Committee told you about the dire lack of funding for capital projects in town. They asked you to fund 4 projects from the Building Stabilization Fund, but there are many more. The Building Stabilization Fund is entirely supported by Winchester taxpayer dollars, and the 4 projects will cost taxpayers approximately $1.6 million. You just approved them. All 4 of these projects would have been eligible for CPA funding. If we had the CPA in place, assuming the anticipated 35% reimbursement rate this year, those projects could have been funded for about $400,000 less to our taxpayers. These projects are not the exception, they are the rule. This year, an additional 5 projects were ranked by the Capital Planning Committee, but there was insufficient funding for them. All 5 of them would have been eligible for CPA funding with matching funds from the state when approved. Let me repeat that. The CPC ranked 9 projects this year, and all 9 would have been eligible for CPA funding from the state, costing Winchester taxpayers less. Across the state, 189 communities have adopted the CPA, with 5 more approving last Tuesday: Boylston, Natick, Shelburne, Westboro, and Worcester. Those 194 communities encompass greater than 2/3. Well, it was 2/3 when I wrote this last week. Now it's 70% of the population in Massachusetts. A town can revoke the CPA or change the percent, I might add, by repeating the process again. Majority town meeting vote and majority vote at a regularly scheduled election. It's important to note that no town has chosen to revoke the CPA. In fact, many towns have chosen to increase this percent surcharge after seeing the benefits of the CPA and receiving matching state funds. Among our 21 benchmark communities, 13 have adopted the CPA. As you can see, our benchmark communities with the CPA all have received state matching funds in excess of $1 million, and several in excess of $10 million. The funds that these towns have collected come from all the municipalities in the Commonwealth, including Winchester. In essence, we are funding their projects with our money. If you adopt the CPA tonight by a majority vote, the voters will have their say at the spring election. If they adopt by a majority vote, the CPA would be approved. At Springtown meeting and into Falltown meeting, if necessary, you would have an opportunity to adopt the bylaws governing the committee that would make the recommendations of spending, policies, and procedures consistent with Mass General Law. The surcharge would start on July 2023, and the match would take place on November 2024, based on surcharges collected through June of 2024. Finally, appropriations would take place at the same time as the annual budget approval at Springtown meeting, starting in 2025. Putting this off pushes out the match collection from the state, and we would still need to go through all these steps just at a later date. In conclusion, the time is right to ask the voters to adopt the CPA. For the past 22 years, we've been missing out on the millions of dollars in matching funds. Much like company matching funds for a 401k, we'd be well served collecting this free money, money from the state, in this case, money we've already paid that is currently going to other towns. We hope you'll join us in supporting this, and we would be delighted to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May we have a recommendation from the Select Board? Mr. Michael Betancourt.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Town meeting. The Select Board recommends unfavorable action on Article 5 by a vote of 3-2. I'm sorry, you didn't hear me? We recommend an unfavorable action by a vote of 3-2. In 2018, the Select Board adopted the Housing Production Plan, as you know, to resolve our ongoing affordable housing crisis. One of the priorities of that plan is the adoption of the Community Preservation Act. 2 Select Board representatives and management met with the Community Preservation Coalition after Springtown Meeting 2022 to begin a campaign to support the CPA for Fall Town Meeting 2022. The Coalition advised us to wait until Springtown Meeting 2024 to propose the CPA because of the higher likelihood of success. Their data indicated that municipal elections were the least successful for adoption during this time. There's an 80% success rate at presidential elections and 40% success rate at municipal elections. So even though we wanted to move very quickly, they encouraged us to put the brakes on. And even more compelling than that was the data related to attempting to pass the CPA right after you failed it. Very difficult to do. After meeting with the Coalition, and Thea and I, with the support of management, recommended the Select Board that we wait until 2024 to propose the CPA. So the question is, let the voters decide. I think when you look at the turnout for our presidential elections versus our municipal elections, it's pretty clear that there are 63% on average more residents that are voting in the presidential election. So I don't think that we're removing the ability for residents to weigh in on this. In fact, we're giving ourselves more time to establish a campaign, communicate with the residents, and get more voters to support the project. The CPA is not going to resolve all of our capital needs, but will certainly complement our policy objectives of affordable housing, open space recreation, and historic preservation. The Select Board will be evaluating our options to bring a debt exclusion override for capital projects to the voters in spring 2023. As you heard from Roger with the capital planning process, and Brian mentioned this as well, there's clearly a lot of projects that we need to address. So, and a lot of them won't be funded by the CPA, and I think we need to spend some time to identify which ones will and which ones won't. When you look at some of the 3% surcharge communities like Belmont and Westford, they're still pursuing capital overrides even though they've had the benefit of years of the CPA. And certainly they've had the benefit of affordable housing projects, historic preservation, open space and recreation, but it can't solve all problems. So what are the benefits of waiting until 2024? We haven't established a financial plan of projects that we can work into our capital queue and to reduce our reliance on other resources. We need to anticipate how a downgrade of our bond rating might impact our capital plan and policy objectives. This surcharge itself, I've always been highly supportive of the CPA. I think it's one of the single best pieces of legislation ever passed in Massachusetts. We need to figure out if the surcharge at 1.5% is the right one. So it may need to be more, it may need to be less. We haven't had any financial analysis whatsoever at the town level.
Mr. Betancourt, you've
yes.
reached your time. How much more time did you need?
Just another minute or so.
One more minute, please.
Thank you. And we need strategic planning to meet with the town manager, capital planning committee, and finance committee to determine resident and budget impact and priority. We are looking at a large debt exclusion override for the Lynch building. That is the focus of the town at this point, and certainly the schools. That is going to be at least $800 per taxpayer. So when you look at 200 here, it doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? It's 200 plus 800, and we want to make sure that we communicate the need for this to residents. And we hope to build broad community support for a campaign, which is suggested by the coalition. The distribution formula as well is different, and we need to see that 80% of the revenue in the trust fund is paid out in round one. If you're at 3%, you go to round 2 and 3 and get more. So I think that's where you see a lot of these communities that adopt the 3%. It's actually better, and it actually is a way to plan for capital projects in the long term without going back and forth for debt exclusion overrides. The other piece here, and I mentioned this before, we really do take to heart the recommendations that we see from the Communications Study Committee. We've haven't heard from town meeting yet, but the analysis is the right one. This communication gap that we see is real, and we really, for something like this that is essentially an override, we really want to engage fully with the community and have a full campaign to support it as we move forward with our capital plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the Select Board, may we have a recommendation from FinCom?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Finance Committee voted unfavorable action, 5 to 4 favorable, and 1 abstention. The reasons, well, there was a previous discussion. It's actually, I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Mr. Betancourt. One of them is it's really close to the Lynch override vote, which is in January, and then if this passes, it would be in the March election. But the overall discussion was, are we putting, it's related to Mr. Betancourt's discussion too, is are we putting the cart before the horse there? While we acknowledge that this would bring in additional revenue, this particular article does not detail who the committee members would be. It doesn't detail how much would be. You saw the CPC, there's a huge capital need. It was also mentioned in the presentation, but there's no detail. How much of it would be for capital? It's not in here. And then also, the determination, if it comes after, it is formed by the committee. The CPA committee makes the decision as to where it's spent. It's not made by town committee members. So if we make the decision ahead of time to say, okay, it must be spent X percentage, whatever that may be, would be for capital, then that is already in the bylaws and it's not in there now. But the CPA committee, once it's formed, would then determine what the spending would be. Town meeting members would only get to decide yes or no. Town meeting members doesn't get to decide what it would be spent on. However, if it's in the bylaws, it would say X percentage for capital. So in conclusion, it's 5 unfavorable, 4 favorable, and 1 abstain on this. Thanks.
Thank you. May we hear a recommendation from the Planning Board? Chair, Mr. Jurius.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jurius, Chair of the Planning Board. The Planning Board voted 5-0 to recommend favorable action. We note that enactment of the CPA will provide critical funding for repair and upkeep of fundamental components of our town's infrastructure, repairs which we will have to make regardless of the funding source and which grow ever more expensive the longer they are left undone. While we understand that there are concerns about the timing of this effort, we feel the negative impact of waiting another year to put this vote to the town's residents outweighs those concerns. We urge town meeting to vote in approval. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Housing Partnership Board? Chair, Mr. Serbier.
Madam Moderator, town meeting members, my name is John Serbier. The Housing Partnership Board recommends that town meeting consider indefinitely postponing consideration of the Article 5 vote to adopt the Community Preservation Act as part of the next spring's election. The vote was 10 supporting that motion, no one opposing it, and 1 abstention. While we strongly support Winchester's eventual adoption of the CPA, we concluded for a number of reasons that next March is too soon to hold a townwide adoption vote. First, the Select Board, as Michael Betancourt has described, has been working over the past several months to develop a plan for adopting the CPA. This citizens petition has largely been independent of the Select Board's work. We urge the group of citizens who signed this petition to work collaboratively with the Select Board and others on the development of a single plan rather than proceeding independently with a second separate plan. A second, examination of the experience of the 194 communities, Massachusetts communities, that have now adopted the CPA shows that a robust, well-organized, highly collaborative, and funded campaign extending over several months, not 2 months, is desirable in achieving a supportive community vote. Such a campaign has not yet been organized. Third, 2 tax override votes for approximately $80 million will occur next January to support rebuilding the Lynch Elementary School. In addition, a capital debt override vote will likely occur as part of the March 2023 municipal election. Residents will view a vote on the CPA in March as a 4th and additional override. In our view, this will not help in obtaining a positive vote for the CPA. Fourth, the success rate of the CPA vote held in conjunction with the presidential or large turnout election is roughly 86%, far higher than the success rate of a vote held as part of a local election. The Housing Partnership Board agrees with the Select Board's conclusion to wait until there's a higher probability of success. In summary, Housing Partnership Board encourages a broad, collaborative campaign for Winchester to adopt the Community Preservation Act that actively involves the full range of town boards, organizations, and interests. That has not occurred yet. Before that support is demonstrated, it is premature for town meeting to schedule a community-wide vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, the Affordable Housing Trust, Ms. Marty Jones.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, town meeting members. I'm Marty Jones, Chair of the Affordable Housing Trust. On the matter of Article 5, the Affordable Housing Trust agrees with the proponents that CPA is a powerful tool that can provide much-needed resources for historic preservation, outdoor recreation, and open space, and affordable housing. The Affordable Housing Trust devoted time to a discussion of the proposed Article 5 at 2 of our recent meetings to develop our recommendations on the article. As affordable housing advocates and an entity that will benefit from the financial resources that could be provided by the CPA, we strongly support the long-term goal of having our town be a CPA community. However, We're acutely aware that passing CPA in a townwide vote will not be simple, and the Affordable Housing Trust voted not to support moving forward at this town meeting by a vote of 6 in favor and 1 abstention. There were several reasons for these votes. First, we believe that the community needs to embark on a much more inclusive and robust process to engage citizens and discuss the matter to raise public awareness and fully explain, vet, and determine the details of a CPA proposal. The goal would be to develop a broad group of boards, committees, and citizens that would bring this back to town meeting at a later time. The Massachusetts CPA Coalition has an excellent database and insights into the ingredients that make a successful CPA campaign based on the experience of nearly 200 communities in the Commonwealth. Their advice has been that our best chance of success, and I believe we only probably have 1 chance at success, we don't want to try and lose. The best chance comes from a vote in an election that is likely to involve the most citizens, a presidential election. There is also the prospects of 2 override votes that you've heard about in 2023, and we're concerned that this will significantly reduce the chances of a successful vote in the spring March elections. So we would, as I said, urge unfavorable action at this time.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Capital Planning, the Chair, Roger McPeak, and then we will hear from the Fields Management Committee, and then we shall go into discussion at the town meeting.
The proponents presented to us relatively late in the capital cycle for us, and we were glad to have them on board. We had a number of questions about how the CPA would interact with our existing capital planning process. Concerns were raised about how exactly that would work. It was not well defined on how the committee would be completely constructed, if there would be positions for people from capital planning or from FinCom for that matter. A fairly large number of issues were raised, and some of those were addressed. But ultimately, there was great concern about how it would fit into the existing capital process. A motion was made that we support the CPA. That motion was defeated, 6 against, 0 in favor, 1 abstention. I would say in the end, the feeling was we 100% want the money. We 100% want to make sure that we are not creating a parallel capital process.
Thank you very much. Do we have a member of the Fields Management Committee that wanted to speak? Mr. Crean? Mr. Crean has left the building. All right, we will go onward. Oh, are you? Yep. Thank you. I was not informed.
So the Field Management Committee met on October 12th, received a presentation from Mr. Rohan, and voted unanimously to recommend favorable action on Article 5, primarily because the projects supported by Field Management rarely, if ever, come up for serious consideration at Capitol in lieu of things like ambulance replacement, roof replacement, and bridge repairs, and so forth that Mr. McPeak described earlier today. Field Management did have some questions and concerns about how the CPA committee would ultimately be constituted, given that we do already have a capital planning committee, and might we, for instance, have department heads that are appealing to 2 different capital committees each cycle. But at the end of the day, Field Management is hopeful that that would be carefully and thoughtfully considered in developing the bylaw that would come forward in the spring. And so that vote was unanimous in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies. At this time, town meeting members, if you have questions or comments on the article that's before you, Article 5, you may please come to the microphones. Further on the question?
Sally Dale, Precinct 7, and yes, I'm a member of the Planning Board, but I speak to you very much from my own perspective as a Planning Board member. If the townwide, if this vote passes here, and it succeeds in March at the townwide vote, the annual revenue by this surcharge, as you heard, will be matched by the Commonwealth every year thereafter. And the bill's been around, the act's been around since the year 2000, and in that time, $814 million has flowed from the state CPA trust fund into the communities that have participated in this act. And they've been slow to come to the table, and the ones that were there early We're very fortunate with the matches. And the state's been very generous as the number of communities has increased to increase state funding for the trust fund beyond what's raised from the registry fees. But you have to understand, and I think you do, that CPA matching funds are only available to CPA communities. All the towns pay into the fund, and Winchester has never benefited once from this trust fund. We've foregone funds, as Brian explained, that have instead benefited other towns that are CPA communities. Our current backlog of capital projects, as you heard in such excellent detail, includes highly important projects that fall squarely within the CPA funding parameters. And so those matching dollars and the surcharge revenue from our own CPA fund would supplement our current capital monies to pay for these much-needed improvements. And I think that's obvious from what the opponents of passing this article now have made clear. They all understand that the CPA fund will bring valuable dollars to this town. But I argue that the time is now for Winchester to make Winchester eligible for these matching funds. It is a process, as you saw, that takes time. After tonight's successful vote and after successful passage at our our March election, it will still take 2 years for us to receive our first matching funds. So the sooner we start, the sooner we will receive what is estimated to be $500,000 a year, if not more, from the state trust fund, matching what is expected to be, at least in 2022 tax rates and valuations, $1.5 million. So $2 million a year in a CPA fund in our town. When the voters adopt the CPA in May, town meeting members will be asked to approve the new bylaw, the new community preservation bylaw. That bylaw will create our community preservation fund, and it will create the new Winchester CPA committee, which will recommend to town meeting the allocation of those funds.
Excuse me, you've reached your time. Do you need
1 minute?
You have 1 minute.
The bylaw will define how our committee is formed, its composition, and its appointment rules. It will specify the committee's role in recommending to town meeting the projects for CPA funding, and it will, the bylaw, lay out how the CPA committee will collaborate and coordinate and communicate not only with the capital planning committee, but with all the towns and boards boards and committees in town to make sure that its work aligns with and complements our existing capital budget processes. The key here is collaboration, and the benefit is access to the ongoing state funding source for eligible capital projects. Adopting the CPA as soon as possible is a financially responsible choice. So let me just end with one comment from Lexington. They adopted the CPA in 2016. They're a 3% community, so they get 3 rounds of funding. It was 2006, the very next year, their capital committee reported to town meeting that if the CPA had not been adopted, some CPA-funded projects would have required debt exclusion overrides. They wrote, "The CPA has provided a more flexible funding environment. This flexibility and streamlining has created a debt exclusion override-free environment for CPA-eligible projects." I say, for the sake of our town and our children and our grandchildren, let's not wait anymore. Let's not wait until 2024.
Thank you. Further on the question, I actually believe you are next in line.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Michelle Pryor, Precinct 4. Sally, I love your vision of a debt exclusion override future. I wish it was likely. 2 questions, Madam Moderator. I think one for the proponents and one for the Select Board. Ms. Dale just talked about the bylaw would come to Springtown meeting if passed. My first question is, who would be involved in developing the bylaw? So we had a Select Board-led, or at least a collaborative group of people looking at this act. We have a citizens petition. Who weighs in on allocation and who weighs in on membership? How do you envision that happening? That's the first question. Second question is for the Select Board. We've heard During Article 1, we heard about an operating override of potentially $380,000 for capital. Tonight, we heard about a debt exclusion override for capital. In March, how much money do we expect the average household to be assessed? And debt exclusion and operating overrides are rather different. One is time limited, one is permanent. But we have a Lynch override, or debt exclusion. We have potentially a Community Preservation Act surcharge. What's the amount of the select board capital override that we've heard about? Thank you.
Thank you. To Town Council, could you please provide information about, according to the laws, who's responsible for developing the bylaw that should come before town meeting for the consideration if this was to pass at the general election?
I think Jay Tallerman, Town Council, following up on what Mr. Betancourt said earlier, even though the Select Board is in charge of the warrant and would probably put forward that bylaw ultimately as the sponsor, it would probably involve committees and other discussions amongst various town committees that are stakeholders, including the 5 stakeholder committees that have to provide a representative. Most towns don't stand pat with just the select board making the decision or stand pat with just 5 members. There's usually consideration of membership beyond that.
And once that bylaw is drafted, it will come back before town meeting before taking effect.
That is correct.
Further consideration. Thank you. And the question, there was discussion by the select board that they are considering a capital override coming to town to the general election. Could you please provide the cost of that capital override that's being considered and the cost per average household for that override?
Sure. We have no idea. And I don't mean to be funny. This is a tough spot for us to be in as a select board. This is something that we, in the spring, wanted to put forward. We think it's a good idea. Clearly, getting matching funds from the state is a great idea for this town, something we desperately need. But it wasn't the right time. The coalition advised against it. We need to develop a financial plan as a town. You've heard Anthea talk about on Thursday night about our financial situation. You heard the town manager talk about the Moody's review that's going to happen. We need to develop a financial plan. So as part of that, we have to deal with the capital, what Roger pointed out, the capital issues that we have. We have to deal with the Lynch override. We have to deal with the CPA. It has to be a symphony in a coordinated approach. And, over the next several months, we're going to spend a lot of time, it will probably be our top priority, developing this and come back to you in the spring with some type of plan. That is the goal. And how the CPA fits into that. And, as advised by the coalition, likely would be the presidential election because it has the most chance of success. So, we're in a tough spot here. So to answer your question, we don't know. But we have to do something, and it has to be a global plan. We need to plan the long term for this town and not be so short-sighted in voting on different things, different pieces. That's what Moody's doesn't like. That's what we can't do anymore. Staff has been working overtime to figure this out with us, and we hope to get it done in the next couple of months and present a plan.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Shannon Scott-Fernalia, Precinct 4. Mr. Mucci just spoke, but also stood before us earlier tonight on behalf of the Select Board and said, we're using a coffee cup to bail out the Titanic of our financial crises. Yet with a split vote, the Select Board would have us delay the CPA, walking away from money that the state would give us in matching funds. With the CPA, we're being offered not only another coffee cup, as I see it, but additional hands to bail out our boat. And why would we wait for that? Every year I work with trainees at MGH who come to work 80 hours a week for a pitiful salary. And yet I remind them that despite only being in their 20s, despite the outrageous rent they're paying, not contributing to their 403Bs and walking away from their matching employer funds would be, quite frankly, really dumb. I wouldn't have them wait till their second year or their third year because they would have left funds behind. You don't walk away from free money. I ask every town meeting member, how will we stand before our neighbors and explain voting for the next override if we don't vote for the CPA? Because after 2024, every override will be tainted by a vote against the CPA tonight because we will have left some funds unused. Every town project would not every town project will qualify, but every project that is funded by the CPA won't need to be funded by other means. As Mr. Peake said repeatedly, luck is not a strategy. Voting for the CPA is a strategy. Waiting longer walks away from money. That is not the strategy I want, and I don't think it's the strategy our neighbors want. Tonight, you're asked to let the voters make a decision. I believe in the citizens of Winchester. I believe they can see the value in being fiscally responsible, and that they will want to help our Titanic from sinking now, not at some undisclosed future date. I ask you to vote tonight to let the futures decide this spring to choose a strategy over luck. The time is now, not some undetermined future time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further on the question?
Jackie Welch, Precinct 5. I wanted to thank Brian Vernalia and his group for bringing this to town meeting, because regardless of the outcome tonight, it's a very praise-oriented effort, and also it informs town meeting about this. So regardless of the outcome tonight, then the whole body will be more informed, because it sounds like there's definitely, if there's one thing that all the boards seem to agree with, is that this is going to come back if it doesn't resolve favorably tonight. But I just wanted to mention one small point, which is that all the comments in favor of the article tonight, it sounds great, except for it seems like those who are concerned about timing recognize the reality that the taxpayer in Winchester is being asked and will be asked multiple times in the near future to pay higher taxes. And so it's just interweaving that reality, although everybody seems to be in agreement about the CPA in general. I just wanted to ask that whether or not this passes tonight or doesn't pass tonight, echoing what Mr. Mucci so eloquently stated, I think we definitely need to think about more comprehensively the financial plan of the town, and whether or not there may be some options to relieve the taxpayer, it seems like the focus on all of these options. Maybe this is totally unrealistic. I don't know. I'm not necessarily totally in favor of it, but it is perhaps a tool that should at least be considered. Obviously, some communities in Massachusetts use transaction costs, the 2% that we see in Cape and Islands. So that's actually not on the taxpayer. That's on the new buyer of real estate in Winchester. I'm not necessarily for that. I'm just using that as an example of are there some tools that will give some relief to the taxpayer so that these goals that everyone seems to be in agreement about can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a portion of that question, I believe that's in order. The other is outside of the topic of this article. Is there alternatives to compensate for the CPA? On behalf of the Select Board. Please stay on topic of CPA. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, I mean, yes, there's alternatives. Certainly, anytime you're trying to raise revenue for the town, there's alternatives. So, it can vary from. I mean, I don't have a whole crystal ball, but legalizing marijuana to dispensaries in town to raising dump stickers to anything like that. We need to coordinate. Is the biggest thing right now, and we can only go to the well so many times, and that's what this is about, and why we're, three of us were against this at this time.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Yes, my name is John Miller. I'm speaking as a town meeting member. I wanted to support what the Select Board's position, as well as the Capital Planning Committee's position as well. It seems to me we're talking about a permanent tax that's going to be added on to the property tax, a surcharge. And before we put this to voters in the town, the idea should be fully fleshed out, as the selectmen have said, and Select Board has said. And I think that is my concern about this as it stands. As Mr. McPeak said, we do not need parallel processes competing for capital money. That's scarce. So, for example, the statute requires 5 members on this CPA committee. 5 of those are statutory, And three of those statutory positions, the representatives of those three boards have suggested we defer. Now, there's 4 other spaces that are available for that committee. It can be up to 9 people. And the Capital Planning Committee should be on there. I personally believe FinCom should be on there. And to go back to Mr. McPeak's first slide where he has the boat sinking, what we don't want to do is add a teacup that takes money out of the ship and puts it back in the ship on other projects. So what we need to do is to coordinate this, and we need to address our capital issues, but make sure we're doing it in a coordinated way. So I'm opposed to this motion. I'm not opposed to the idea, but I think we should flesh this out and present something coherent and well thought through to address our capital plans to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question? Yes.
I'm not sure if we're voting on an amendment or not, but either way, I move the question.
There has been a move the vote. Do we have a second? Who is it? Thank you. Moving the vote ends debate immediately, and we go to voting to end the debate. It requires, I'm getting late, so my memory requires a 2/3 vote. Is not debatable. No, it's 2/3. Not for moving the vote. To end debate requires 2/3 of the vote.
Close debate is 2/3.
So we're going to take out your voter clickers real quick and let's roll. Give us 1 second while we get ready. Make sure you wake up your device and then hit your choice. You want a Y on your device for yes, an N for no, and an A for abstain. The question before you is, shall we end the debate and go directly into the vote on this article before you? Requires a 2/3 vote to pass. For those who don't have watches, it's 10:20 p.m. Uh, 157 having voted, 105 required in the affirmative to pass. There's 113 in the affirmative and 44 in the negative. The affirmative has it, and the motion to move the vote has passed. We then are returning back to the main motion. We will immediately get that ready for you to vote on. One moment. At this time, we are voting for Article 5. It is on your screen. It is also in your booklet on page 10. This requires a majority vote. If you hit yes, you accept Section 3 to 7 of Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, which means that we will go to the general election. If you hit no, it will not go to the general election. The light is on. Please proceed. This requires a simple majority. There are 53 in the affirmative, 103 in the negative. The affirmative has it, and the motion is lost. All right. The proponents of Article 6 would really appreciate if we could get through that this evening. I hope you have the stomach for it. And If we don't, I'm concerned we're going to end up going a fourth night. So let's keep going. If we don't continue, we'll be here until the same time on Thursday. So either we do it today or we do it on Thursday. Mr. Grensback, are you able to go out forward on your article quickly? All right. We're going to do 2 quick articles then before we adjourn, so we can at least get those out of the way so we can reduce the chances of staying as late on Thursday. Give me one moment. We're moving to Article 11. We have to take the article all together. We either do it now or we do it Thursday. I was planning to do it now. We are proceeding with now. That's what I decided. We are going forward with number 6. It is my decision as the moderator. Please be seated.
I don't know who's first. No, I mean, I don't know if it's you guys or someone else. Someone else that represented. I don't know. Mary Ellen? Are the proponent, are they going to be the first?
There is no motion on the table. There is no motion to postpone. Give me a moment. At this time, Town Council has advised us that we can proceed with the article and we can take a break in the middle of it. So we do not have to close it out. So we will start with the presentation of it, hear from all the boards and committees. If there are specific people here who are unable to make it next Thursday, we will hear from you at this time, and then we will adjourn and continue it on Thursday. All right. There's a motion to adjourn. A majority is required. Is there a second? It is debatable. Does any town meeting members have any questions or comments regarding a motion to adjourn? Hearing none, I'm actually going to take the clickers out. If you vote yes, we adjourn. If you vote no, we do not adjourn and we continue. Majority vote is required. Please make sure that you can see either a Y for yes, which would adjourn us, and a N for no, which would have us continue. There are 42 in the affirmative, 101 in the negative. The negative has it, and the motion is lost. We shall continue. There is a friendly amendment on this article. You do it after the presentations. Yep. For town meeting members, there was a handout for you. There's a friendly amendment coming in from the proponents that was kept out and put out. It looks like this from the proponents. It's moved and seconded that the town approve Article 6 is printed in the motion book with the exception that the hours listed in Section 4.1b shall be amended to be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Section 4.2 of the proposed bylaw shall be amended to read as follows. 4.2, gas leak blowers may be used subject to the limitations set forth in Section 3 by all users as follows. A, Mondays through Fridays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. B, Saturdays and Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., subject to state law restrictions on commercial activity on Sundays. On behalf of the proponent, Mr. George Wood and Ms. Rachel Whitehouse.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and Select Board. My name is George Wood, but everyone calls me Woody. I live at 309 Main Street in town. I'm a 30-year resident and had 2 kids go through the school system here. I've been the past chair of both the Winchester Energy Committee and the Climate Action Committee. I'm co-chair of this Quiet, Clean Winchester effort, which is proposing this bylaw. My co-chair is Rachel Whitehouse, who will start our presentation. Rachel?
Thank you. Madam Moderator, town meeting members, thank you. My name is Rachel Whitehouse, 9 Hillside Avenue, a 17-year resident, and I've raised 2 daughters through Winchester Public Schools. My husband, Keith, is a day labor carpenter who helps us understand the transition to battery-powered tools in the trades. Woody and I have been working on this for 18 months and have done our best to be very public and reach Winchester residents and landscapers through all types of outreach, including our website visited by over 800 people since April, a booth at town-wide events like Town Day and the Farmers Market, multiple public meetings with Winchester boards, and press coverage in the Times Chronicle. We spoke to multiple civic, faith, and environmental organizations. We spoke to hundreds of people, and more than 120 of them, as you can see here, took the added step of signing up on our website. Our bylaw represents all these residents' frustration and exhaustion with the relentless noise and worry over toxic emissions from leaf blowers and the demand from them that the status quo change. The bottom line of residents we heard from is that they're not trying to change the high standard to which Winchester residents maintain their property. They're not demanding that everyone use a rake. They just want lawn care to be done without noise levels that are proven to damage hearing and to be done without spewing highly toxic fumes, especially in the case of the children. They see the new laws in 2 towns that border Winchester, Lexington and Arlington. They know landscapers are starting to use electric, and they want the transition to electric leaf blowers to start in Winchester now. In listening to landscapers, they talk about working in a changing environment. They all agree that the field is going electric. Look at this map of Metro Boston towns that have gas leaf blower bylaws or ones in progress. There are over 17 of them. The transition is happening, and some landscapers have already started investing. But landscapers want to decide when they are ready, and they want to use their gas leaf blowers until they do. That's why this is a restriction, not a ban. And it's why we designed it with 2 warnings before a fine is issued, and why we made this effective June 1 after this coming spring cleanup and effectively a year from now if it's approved tonight for next fall's cleanup. As part of our effort to be inclusive, we sought input from many town staff, boards, and leadership, and you can see the outcome in the unanimous votes of support from the Select Board, Board of Health, Climate Action Advisory Committee, and the Planning Board. We worked directly with Mary Ellen Lannon and Chief O'Connell of the police to ensure registration and enforcement do not burden their departments. We changed the bylaw because the DPW asked us to extend the fall shoulder season until December 15th. Which brings us to our bylaw, which we've crafted to be as balanced as possible, which means it doesn't deliver everything on either side of the debate wants. Many residents want a full ban. Some landscapers want to maintain the status quo. Our bylaw does neither, but if implemented, it will reduce noise, clean our air, be fair to landscapers, and encourage the use of electric leaf blowers. From day one, we said we wanted this bylaw to be fair to landscapers. So it should be no surprise to anyone that we thank the landscapers for their input over the last week, and that's why we put forward the friendly motion that had the changes that you heard read into the motion. So red indicates changes. Let me just walk through this very quickly. First, electric leaf blowers are allowed year-round by all users with slightly less hours on the weekends. Oops, sorry. Gas leaf blowers are restricted to shoulder seasons, which includes use by landscapers on the weekends. I don't know if you caught that in the motion, but landscapers can use their leaf blowers on the weekends. Shoulder seasons are April 1 to May 15th and October 1 to December 15th, and are designed to give Winchester residents a quiet summer and a quiet winter, including the holiday season and Christmas. We are protecting 1 hour in the morning, 7 to 8 a.m., as a no gas blower time, which means helps kids get to school without a lungful of toxic fumes, and also helps shift workers and seniors who just don't want to be woken up at 7 a.m. It also retains 1 hour in the evening, 5 to 6 p.m., as a no gas blower time, so families can reconnect while making dinner without the stress of intense noise outside their windows.
Thank you, Rachel. We are putting our thank yous right in the middle of our presentation, so we have time to express our gratitude. First, to the town staff, who have been amazingly helpful. Next, to all the town boards we have met with, and especially the 4 who voted unanimously on the original bylaw and have supported the changes. Next, our volunteers, who spoke with dozens of residents and landscapers, and a big thanks to many of you and many other citizens who signed our website. We are very grateful for that. I want to address a few key concerns before we end our presentation. The question has come up, why not add more weeks to use gas leaf blowers? Well, first, we want to remind you that we've already added 2 weeks in December at the specific request of DPW. And this additional time will also suit residents who blow their own leaves and bring them to the transfer station through early December. But in general, we selected the weeks based on the review of other town bylaws and conversations with landscapers. They are targeted for the heavy leaf blowing times. The rest of the year, before and after these seasonal allowances, when minimal blowing is needed for grass and debris, the electric leaf blowers can be used. We think, as do the boards and DPW, that these weeks are fair. We are well aware that a few landscapers still want more weeks for gas leaf blowers. We feel we have proposed ample time for the use of the gas blowers when the power is needed. We are against expanding these shoulder seasons any further. We urge you to reject any amendments to them. Some feel that these are not fair to businesses or to the police. Well, we think it's very fair, especially in what it does not do. We examined all the other towns. It does not ban leaf blowers, as passed in Lexington and Arlington. It is not limiting the age of the equipment, as in Newton and Lexington. It is not prohibiting the blowing of dust from one neighbor's yard into another, as in Somerville. and there is not a limit on the number of gas leaf blowers on the lot at one time, as in Somerville. We did not include these elements because we didn't think it was fair to the landscapers and to the police. The other concern is that leaf blowers cost more. We get that. However, like many technologies, these costs will come down over time, and we want to point out that the electricity to charge these batteries is 1/10 the cost per hour of oil and gas. So landscapers could recover these costs in two ways. Option one, increase the fee to the customers, and some of the reports say that less than $5 each. Or option two, keep the fees the same and wait for, some studies say, under 3 years for the savings to pay back for the incremental costs. We are also actively supporting Senator Chicola's efforts to pass a bill that would offer subsidies for the electric leaf blowers. And we've taken the step to pursuing a gas leaf blower buyback program with a Winchester bank. And if this passes, we'll continue to pursue that effort. Some people feel that the registration enforcement is a burden to police. First off,
Just so you know, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. I will move on to just recap where we are. And if there are other concerns, I can refer back to my notes. We just want to recap that we feel this is a balanced approach to restricting the use of gas leaf blowers, that it will reduce the noise, which many, if not most in this room, and many residents feel is too loud. It offers cleaner air. We feel it is fair to landscapers, including the modifications we've made, and it encourages a transition to electric leaf blowers. We would appreciate your vote on this, and we will leave up on the screen as we end this the comments, some of the many comments from residents about this initiative. Thank you again for your time, and we urge you to vote in favor of this bylaw.
Thank you. May we have the recommendation of the Select Board? If boards and committees could please come to the microphones to expedite this, that would be helpful.
The Select Board unanimously voted to support this. We felt it was a good balance given what the proponents have proposed.
Thank you. Recommendation from the FinCom.
We actually decided not to vote on this because we did not see financial impact.
Thank you very much. Recommendation from the Planning Board.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm going to cut through most of my remarks. The targets of this article are notorious polluters. They combust inefficiently, spread aerosols and greenhouse gases. Article 6 presents a very pragmatic, conservative approach to limiting their impact, allowing for a transition to cleaner technology. The drafters of this article have gone to great lengths to craft a compromise. It may not go as far in regulating gas leaf blowers as some may like, and it may not provide the flexibility for landscape companies that others may like. However, it does provide a meaningful and timely step forward towards a more sustainable and healthier community, and accelerates the removal of one more source of greenhouse gases as we fight to limit global warming to a survivable level. The Planning Board voted 5-0 to recommend favorable action and urges town meeting to vote in approval.
Thank you. Climate Action Advisory Committee has a recommendation.
Priscilla Calabi, Precinct 1, Vice Chair of Climate Action Advisory Committee. We have in town a climate action plan. We've had two. The last one was approved 2 years ago. We are trying to integrate that in our behavior generally. It was the Climate Action Plan was unanimously approved by the Select Board. We, the Climate Action Advisory Committee, have a unanimous 7-0 vote in favor of this, and we request that you vote favorably as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Town meeting members, those who wanted to speak before we adjourn and recess, please come to the microphones. Let's play it by ear real quick.
Were we going to allow the, Madam Moderator, were we going to allow the people that are not town meeting members
That is my intention, given that there's one town meeting member standing at the moment.
Hello, Madam Moderator. May I propose my amendment now or after I speak?
This would be the time.
So first I want to say...
Can you please introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Eric Damari, Precinct 4. I want to say, first off, I've talked with Woody about this before, so I am not totally against this. I drove here in my Tesla. I have an F-150 Lightning on order from Bonnell Ford. I think most of this legislation is great. The only suggestion and amendment I have is to Section 3.2, which is increasing the time in which gas leaf blowers can be used. That's to March 15th to June 15th and September 15th to December 15th. The reason for that is if you're a young member of town like me, your calendar fills up with trips to apple picking, the pumpkin patch, and so on and so forth. And when you're a young parent in town, you need a little more time to take care of your yard. So that is the amendment that I'd like to propose.
Can you please repeat that again?
I would like to increase the time at which you can use a GLB, a gas leaf blower, to March 15th to June 15th and September 15th to December 15th. And other than that, I think this is beautiful.
I understand that. Thank you very much. In Section 3.2, there is a motion to amend from gas leaf blowers may be used from March 15th through June 15th and September 15th through December 15th, subject to the limitation in Section 4. So it's changing April 1st through 15th to March 15th to June 15th, and changing October 1st through December 15th to September 15th through December 15th. Do we have a second? Okay. At this time, town meeting members, the discussion would be about the motion to amend. Do we have a recommendation from the original proponent?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. We understand that this would be an extension of the shoulder seasons for, it sounds like about, I didn't catch the exact number of weeks, but it was...
It is March 15th to June 15th and September 15th to December 15th.
Yeah.
It's about 6 weeks.
6 weeks in the spring and another 2 weeks in the fall. The bylaw, as it's written, is designed to allow the use of electric leaf blowers before you need them for the heavy work, and this seems excessive in terms of having gas leaf blowers allowed during times when you could actually be using an electric leaf blower. So we don't support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a recommendation from the Select Board?
It was a tie, 2-2.
Thank you. It was a tie, 2-2. Did we have any other recommendations from any boards or committees on the motion to amend? Yep, Climate Action Committee, please.
Climate Action Committee does not support the amendment.
Thank you. Town meeting members, questions, please, comments need to stay to the motion to amend.
Madam Moderator, Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I am in favor of this amendment. My own spring clean was not finished this year until June because of our extended winter. Sometimes we have snow on the ground in April, as I'm sure you're all aware. Sometimes winter comes too soon, and my fall cleanup happens in the spring. So I really think that we do need to extend it in the spring season, and I support the amendment running to June 15th.
Thank you very much. Further on the question? Mr. McCabe, I believe you're next.
Thank you. I was going to see if we could pull up, I put some slides together for this.
For the amendment?
Oh, not for that. I'm sorry, I can wait.
Okay, we're taking questions and comments on the amendment. Seeing no one else rise, I think it's, oh.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ben Albiani, Precinct 7. On the amendment, I think, just as Dorothy had just said, there are times that spring cleanups happen before April 15th. So if you had the opportunity to get your yard done beforehand, and there is a necessity for a gas leaf blower in order to do that, you can't do a spring cleanup with an electric leaf blower efficiently. So it would help to have that time beforehand.
Thank you very much. At this time, I believe town meeting is ready for the question. It is a simple majority required. Please take out your clickers. This is a motion to modify Section 3.2 of Article 6. This changes the article to state for Section 3.2 that gas leaf blowers may be used from March 15th to June 15th and from September 15th through December 15th, subject to the limitations in Section 4. This would be an amendment to Article 6. Make sure you wake up your clickers before you vote and that it says why or no. Yes, accepts the amendment. No, goes back to the way it was written originally, as stated by me in the original motion. This is a simple majority. There are 69 in the affirmative, 80 in the negative. The negative has it, and the motion fails. Returning back to the main motion. Are there any other town meeting members who would like to speak on this article? To the town meeting members, there are a couple residents who are among us who have asked to speak, who have been waiting many hours. I would like to give them that opportunity to speak, but unable to do it, I need your vote. All those in favor of allowing non-town meeting members to speak on this article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thank you. Those town meeting members who have spoke to me prior to this moment, you may enter the queue with the town meeting members. However, please define yourself as a non-town meeting member when you speak. You also, if you did not speak to me, you cannot get in line. So don't do it. All right. Mr. McCabe, I'm watching.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So I put together some slides on this, and I'll try to run through this as quickly as possible. But the first slide, when it comes up here, it's just going to show some.
Yeah, come on down. Don't be shy.
Where the hell is it? Where'd it go? I don't see it. Oh, right there. Sorry. All right, you're going to be standing there. Yes, sir. It's not a problem. It's really simple. So, what you'll do.
All right, you got 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
And back up.
Sure. Thank you.
Ready?
Thank
Go.
you. All right. So I appreciate this opportunity to speak here tonight. In this first slide, I just spoke to a number of different landscapers in town, and I believe every one of us received some emails from some landscapers highlighting the issues they see with this proposal at this time. And just looking, the first one there, figure that the timeline is around 3 to 5 years before we have the quality necessary equipment to withstand daily use. Standard gas leaf blower is $550, and an electric leaf blower with 2 batteries is $1,100 to $1,200, so a lot higher than what's currently out there. And with, like most things in life, timing is everything. And based on the conversations I've had with the landscapers throughout this process, timing is not right here. There's no denying that change is coming and change needs to happen, but I would argue that now is not the right time for this. By passing this right now, we're going to drive up the cost for these landscapers, which in turn is going to drive up the cost for us and ultimately put a lot of smaller landscaping businesses out of business because they're not going to be able to compete with the larger scale landscapers that are able to fund this right at this point. And then finally on this point, if this is truly about an environment or a noise issue, then why have this punitive, whatever it is, $25 fee Why not offer an incentive to some of these companies rather than the approach of charging them? I looked at this mandate as more of a fossil fuel versus renewables issue as opposed to a noise problem. I mean, how loud is it really going to be when ADUs are being built in backyards across town for the next several years? So, briefly on the slide, we can see fossil fuel demand continues to grow despite the billions and billions that have been spent here. And China is the largest, China's the leader in EV sales, but their fossil fuel demand continues to grow. And I know China isn't the best example here, and I'll have a little bit more of that further on. You can see in the slide there's been comments about the pollution from these gas leaf blowers, but if you look at the mineral demands for solar, wind, and electric vehicles to replace hydrocarbon machines, and all of this information comes from the IEA, wind, solar, and batteries require 1,000% more steel, concrete, and glass, 300% more copper, 4,200%, 3,500%, the numbers are all right there, lithium, graphite, nickel, rare earth metals, respectively, and then fossil fuels to produce the same amount of energy. So I would say that's a much bigger issue than what we currently have with fossil fuels. And looking ahead here, this is more of a physical problem than it is a technological fix. As the energy sector becomes a bigger and bigger consumer of these energies, of minerals, as the energy transition continues, it's going to continue to drive up the cost here. And then looking at some of the issues we've run into, talking about the high oil and gas prices that we're seeing right now, and especially across Europe, how do we get into this mess? And to begin with, we can look at Europe as a good example with their overdependence on Russian fuels. We are on the verge of exacerbating that mistake again by becoming dependent on China for the extraction and processing of minerals.
Mr. McCabe, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. So you can see this is where a lot of these minerals are produced from. And the main thing is it doesn't come from the U.S. It mainly comes from China for all of these minerals. So we're going to become a lot more dependent on China for our energy needs. And just taking a look at the statistics in this chart, China's market share of renewable to EV minerals is 2 times that of OPEC's share of oil. Oh, and as I mentioned earlier, China's fossil fuel continues to grow each year at a pace far ahead of the rest of the world. So again, we're going to continue to be reliant on China for our energy needs.
That is your 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'll just leave this last slide up there then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further on the question? Yep, President.
My name is Cliff Cunningham. I'm Precinct 7. I've lived in this town for 30 years. I own Klipko Landscaping. I'm here to represent myself and some of the larger companies, Ronnie Maggio, MC Landscaping, John's Landscaping. We've never been notified by Rachel committee about this leaf blower thing, never been asked to sit down, never been able to talk. John's Landscaping put out a beautiful letter to a lot of the members about the trip that he took to the expo down in Kentucky. Again, the time is not right. The larger landscape companies, we are for it, but it's not the time. They're like 3 to 5 years away. So the cost of what's out there now, what those 2 people brought down to the DPW are homeowner. I have a leaf blower at home, a DeWalt leaf blower at home, battery operated. My walkway is 3 feet by 10 feet. It works great. It's not going to work great at St. Mary's. It's not going to work great at the Crawford Church that provides income for my family. I have 3 beautiful children that grew up in this town. It's the wrong time. We want this to happen when the technology is here. I hope you vote no and wait. There's a lot of allegations of Lexington. Lexington's not enforced until 2024. Landscaping Coalition gathered. They put in a lawsuit against the town. I don't know where they're at that location, but that's something to think about for the town of Winchester. How about the financial benefits? Currently, the contractor that cleans the leaves at the cemetery is $12,000. He's going to need 75 batteries, and it's going to go up to $50,000 to clean the leaves at the cemetery. Taxes going up again in Winchester? I think right now it's just the wrong time. This is being pushed. Again, the larger landscape companies around town, we never got asked to come and sit and speak with them. She never asked. She says that she has 100 people on board. Last time I checked, in 2020, there's 22,000 residents in Winchester, and she has 100 people. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Hey, stop it. Next.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dorothy Simboli again, Precinct 6. Thank you to the landscaping crew from Winchester for speaking. I have communicated with a lot of them myself, and it seems like there's numerous companies that all wanted to have a say and communicate what the cost factors were going to be. So on that end, I have a couple of questions, as I always do, sorry. One is to FinCom, who chose not to, said that there wasn't a financial impact. My question is, what it's going to cost DPW to change their equipment, to charge these batteries, to do all of this? Because I'm assuming that our town is going to have to comply with this as well. And to the proponent, when you talked about the cost and the electrical rates, did you take into account that electrical rates are dramatically increasing right now? So to charge those batteries is going to go up and up and up. We just spoke about the precarious situation, financial situation that our town is facing. It all adds up. Yes, one isolated thing doesn't seem like it's a lot, but it's all going to add up. And when the smaller landscapers who cannot afford to purchase these electric leaf blowers and abide by these parameters, they're just not going to come to town. And we're going to have residents in town that are going to not be able to afford to hire the big commercial landscapers. And then what's going to happen when the leaves accumulate on the sidewalks? I mean, this is really, really short-sighted to sort of try to jam this through right now. I think we need to listen to the professionals. Obviously, they've researched it for their own companies. Sorry to be going on. I also think that we also need to look at the financial impact on our tax-paying commercial businesses, Winchester Hospital, 955 Main Street, all of our residential landlords, including those who manage or will manage our affordable housing in town. This is going to accumulate over and over. I thought the proposal, the amendment that was proposed was a reasonable one that was actually supported by the landscapers. And it's unfortunate that we didn't sort of have this discussion beforehand, but if somebody wanted to make a similar amendment in light of the conversation and the presentation, I think that would be great.
There's a question for the Department of Public Works. Could your representative please come to the mic? While you do that, could we go to the next question? Yep.
Hi, John Kilborn, Precinct 3. Town meeting frequently talks about property rights and freedoms, and I'm a supporter of property rights. And I think one of the property rights that we hold is to be free and have freedom from excessive noise and pollution. And so I think we need to have a balanced approach to property rights and freedoms. And I think this leaf blower, it's not a ban, it's a limitation. I think it's a very balanced approach. And I think what's getting lost in some of the comments is that during the peak seasons of removal and yard work, gas leaf blowers are allowed, and so they can be used. And so I would urge people to think about the limited nature of this restriction and vote in favor.
Thank you. To the Department of Public Works, could you please provide town meeting information on if there is any financial impact to your department and hindrance to it, along with if there is you anticipate an electrical increase in cost due to electrical charging as a result of this bylaw?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. Right now, we only have small blowers, electric blowers in all the schools because we can't have any gas blowers into the schools. So we utilize all our schools have electric blowers. We have not yet ever used, except the one Woody gave us recently for a week, that we utilized a bigger blower. When it comes to the landscape in the fall and spring cleanups for all the town lands and the cemetery, I've yet had a conversation with the president of the company. So I know you heard a price about 5 times the amount. I don't believe that's true because, as that speaker just spoke, during the October to December, they would be able to use gas blowers. Just to let you know, we opened the transfer station one weekend in December. I was the one in my staff asked to make it to go December 15th. I'm in favor of going longer because I do believe the weather has changed. December is January now. It looks like sometimes we don't. And a good example, we may have a snowstorm tomorrow, a few inches. So I agree with both. To extend it, what the landscapers are looking for. So those. Like I said, and the small...
any electrical cost?
Yeah, the electrical cost to change the battery on the smaller ones we have is about $300.
Thank you.
Yep.
To the town meeting members that are in queue, are you all planning to attend on Thursday? Yes? No? Can you please come to the microphone?
Hi, I'm Rebecca Sliz, Precinct 8. I live at 2 Watson Place. It's off Sheridan Circle, right near the Creative Corner School, which is a very big parking lot. And many of our sort of weekends and other times, we face a lot of noise as well as air pollution, children traveling through that parking lot from leaf blowers. So that's a little bit about why I'm up here tonight. The other thing just is that I also have 2 children who attend schools in Winchester. They play fall sports, spring sports, so our weekends are very busy, and we do our own lawn work with some battery-powered equipment, as do many of our neighbors. And we see our neighbors outside with their kids, raking, filling leaves, bringing things to the transfer station, as we do. But really why I came up is because I feel like some of the information that was presented by some of the other speakers was not a complete picture. So I read the emails that are sent to town meeting members, and one that was sent by, I believe, one of the major companies in town, this is Maggio and Company. Part of this letter was excerpted on the screen on the slides that were shown before, or referred to by, with due respect, the other speaker. When they say it's not the time, this letter also says, I'm asking that we do not ban the gas leaf blowers just yet. And I believe that the proponents of this article said this is not a ban, as did an earlier speaker just a few moments ago. So this is not a ban. In the heavy seasons, gas leaf blowers are allowed. I believe that the proposal that's being made is a very balanced one. It's moving in the direction that we need to go, and it allows still for the use of gas leaf blowers in the heaviest seasons. So I just wanted to point out that complete information, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak now. I won't be able to be here on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the chair of FinCom have a recommendation on behalf of FinCom?
Actually, we wanted to address the previous town meeting members' question as to why we did not have a vote, especially when it relates to the town. If you read section 5, there is an exemption. It says all leaf blowers may be used without limitation when necessary for public safety and emergency situations determined by towns, DPW, police, or fire. So, I mean, it leaves open whatever they need it, they're allowed to use. So it should not have a financial impact. Just wanted to answer that question. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
All right.
Madam Moderator, can I make a motion to have this go into effect in 2025? The laws that we're going, but have it be effective in 2025?
You would need to get in queue to do that. And there are 6 members in front of you. However, at this time, we're going to break and we will continue back up. The 6 members who are in line, please come and register yourself with Ms. Lannon so that we can make sure that you get first right in the queue. We will adjourn and return back next Thursday evening, this Thursday at 7.
All right, good evening, everybody. Alan Iden once again here at the Winchester High School, and the second session of Winchester's Fall Town Meeting going quite late tonight. So let's do a quick recap of what has happened. Article 14 was the first item up for discussion tonight, and that was the proposal to allow the selectmen to enter into a land use agreement, land development agreement with the property that the town acquired at the corner of Swanton and Washington Streets, 1.2 acres. It's been vacant for 10 years. The town has paid $5.2 million for it. The current developer has offered a bit over $4 million, which is about $1.2 million short of what the town paid. Selectman Betancourt detailed the community outreach of this project, outreach efforts. 60 apartments will be there, 14 of them affordable. The town must come up with that $1.22 million, but a lot of that, he said, would be reimbursed through American Rescue funds, ARPA funds. He also said it would generate $200,000 a year in annual tax revenue once it's done. The Finance Committee approved, but disappointed that only one proposal was received. They said, though, that basically it cost the town $1.2 million for 60 units credit of affordable housing. Planning Board approved. A town meeting member made a motion to postpone it till the spring because she said her survey showed a large numbers of residents were uninformed. But Selectman Betancourt said there was a great risk in postponing. Developers tend to get scared off with things like this, and that motion failed. So the article passed 135 to 15. That was Article 14. Article 15 was just to appropriate the necessary $1.22 million because the town meeting approved Article 14. That was passed unanimously. Article 7 was a report from the Capital Planning Committee, who opened with a picture of the sinking Titanic, referring to the town's finances and the needs for capital, the excess needs for capital funds in excess of what the town's been spending. He said, we were lucky this year with extra dollars from the state and federal governments, but he said, man the pumps. Town hall repairs are going to be running over $6 million, and other building repairs are on the horizon. Quote unquote, we are in trouble. The stabilization fund can't keep up. Now that Article 7 was passed, but that was just to receive the report. Article 8 was the capital projects list. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but there were 12 items on there, including roof work on the town hall, fire alarm replacement of the town hall, some repairs to the McCall Middle School masonry, a sidewalk plow, a couple of bridge repairs on Cross Street and Washington Street, sprinkler system at the Ambrose School, a somewhat controversial proposal to put median islands on Highland Avenue, crosswalk at Leonard Field, drainage improvements on Nelson Street and Winchester High School, and winter pond quality. Those were all approved just prior to the recess. Article 10 after the recess was $600,500 for a Vector truck for the Water and Sewer Department to vacuum out sewers and manholes, and apparently the town has been renting one, but that was approved. Article 9 was for the Lake Street Bridge construction, which was originally appropriated at $1.5 million. Costs are coming in at 2.1, so this was an article to increase the allocation for that Lake Street Bridge project. That passed. A lot of discussion on Article 5, a proposal by a private group to community group to adopt a Community Preservation Act for Winchester, which many other communities, apparently 194 communities around the state, have proposed. It assesses an additional 1.5% on the real estate taxes, and that partially matched by the state. That goes out to outdoor recreation, open space protection, historic preservation, and affordable housing, and those are recommended by a CPA committee yet to be formed and approved by town meetings. Most of the dissension on that was coming from the select board. They said this would go on next March's town election. But they said there is a override for the Lynch School scheduled for January, and probably a capital projects override also on the same ballot, the same election in March. And they felt that while they supported the CPA, Community Preservation Act, they thought that having 3 tax increases within 3 months would fail. So again, they supported it, but not this article. They were concerned that it was not likely to pass in a local election, and there needs to be a full campaign to sell residence on it. The Finance Committee was opposed. They said there were too many questions on how it's spent. The Planning Board was in favor. The Housing Partnership Board opposed for the same reasons as the Select Board. The Housing Partnership Trust also opposed it. Again, for the same reasons. They thought a full campaign was needed to approve this. The question was moved, and the Article 5 failed by a vote of 53 to 103. The last article of the night, which was not started till about 10:30, was on Article 6, leaf blower, restrictions on leaf blowers and gas leaf blowers, proposed by a group called Quiet Clean Winchester. They said they worked on it for 18 months. It will be effective from June 1st, 2023, and they said it was fair to landscapers. Electric leaf blowers are allowed year-round at certain hours, but there are seasonal restrictions on gas leaf blowers. The Select Board supported it. The Finance Committee had no vote. The Planning Board supported it. There was a motion to extend it an extra month in the spring and an extra month in the fall. That failed. We heard from a local landscaper who said there had been no discussions with them. There was several more back and forth discussions in favor and opposed, but ultimately at 11 o'clock, it got too late, and the town moderator adjourned it. The discussions will continue this Thursday night, so stay tuned for resolution on Article 6, the gas leaf blower restrictions. And that is it for tonight. Town meeting will resume this Thursday, and we will be back with our coverage right here at WinCam. For all of us in the WinCam crew, I'm Alan Iden. Have a great night.